Good evening, my name is Adam R. Wood, they call me the Zotmeister. What a long, strange trip it has been. It was the best of times, it was the blurst of times, you stupid monkey. Here we are, at long last. It has come down to this, the final episode of our Supernova. Endurance of the Outer Worlds. Peril on Gorgon has been resolved. Only the main plot remains now. It is time to save Halcyon! Okay. I believe we've already parked over Terra 2. Right.
We are now in orbit above Byzantium, Captain.
Okie dokie. Yeah, screw Lilia Hagen. We don't even need to give her the time of day. Alright, so, if you remember the main plot from about a month ago, our good friend Phineas Wells needs lots of dimethyl sulfoxide in order to reanimate, I guess would be the term, the suspended colonists aboard the Hope. But Minister Clark has been stockpiling it. We need to go steal it. So I'm just going to stick with Felix and Parvati at this point. Since factoring their stats into mine is how we got to where we calculated things. Oh yeah, this. A lawless rock. Ship's warden to steer clear of Gorgon asteroid. Spacious choice cancels plans to reopen Gorgon lab. Beverage count sits at 3. I've got a cup of water that I just finished refilling. It's even got some ice up at the top melting there. I've got a full cup of Arnold Palmer, and the can that you just heard me pop open, apparently, is a purple berry, by which I mean Monster Energy Ultraviolet. So not only do I have 3 beverages in front of me, they are actually all full. No little tidbits here and there this time around. This is not a usable door. Don't really have any reason to modify anything. I'm not sure I can tinker much. I could tinker the soft speaker, but that's kind of not what I have it for. What's my good defensive helm? Oh yes, the Wilderness Ops one. This is my indoor set. This is my new outdoor set. Here you go. Tinker that once to max it out. I could... I could try to do something with a nice hat, but... the armor factor is not what really matters for it. Okay. Even in the future, still waiting on elevators. They look like my bodyguards. Prudence is strolling through town looking all dapper.
Anti-Creo's facial mask skin cream leaves you feeling fresh and tingling. Do not operate heavy machinery for 2 hours after application.
Yeah. I suppose we should do something about that food addiction, huh? Let's have our can of salt tuna nice and early today, shall we? Canned salt tuna in brine. There we go. So there's a back door to Minister Clark's place.
Is Mayfield still drinking?
And we could be all stealthy and sneak in and whatnot.
Really lived your whole life
But I
this
think
way?
it's funnier to go in through the front door.
Captain picked me up.
Oh.
I was the town mechanic. Had my own little garage and everything.
Don't know how you did it. If I had to spend every day working on the board's machinery, I would have gone spare.
I don't think I belonged, really. Folks tried to treat me nice, but we didn't understand each other.
I'm glad the boss picked you up. Crew wouldn't be the same without you.
That's real sweet, Felix. Right back at ya.
Here's Minister Clark's front door.
This property is off limits. Solicitors, loiterers, and uninvited visitors will be fined to the fullest extent of company policy. This ultimatum brought to you by Universal Defense Logistics.
Here for Minister Clark.
That's funny. The minister isn't expecting visitors, and you don't much look like one of those couriers from HPS.
Oh, was the minister expecting a delivery?
Mr. Clark's a private man, and you're asking too many questions.
Very well. Interesting. We all know what it's like to deal with HPS. So, why don't we just cut to the chase, shall we?
Out with it, you wretched contraption!
Just casually stroll into their back door. Doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doo. Oh, look. Parcel for Minister Clark. I'll take that. I'll do their job for them, free of charge.
I'll sue every technician and
Excuse you, medical drone. Doop-a-doop-a-doo.
There's nothing to see here. Move along.
Delivery for the minister.
Yeah? Let's see it.
Got this parcel right here.
Looks like your papers are in order. All right. Go on through.
Thanks for your time. You can do, you can sneak into the back door and all that, but it's just so much more funny to go in through the front. Nice place he's got here. I think I'll loot it. You're about to open that door. Not sure why I bother sometimes. There's a soldier in there, and it's an open kitchen, so, does limit our options around here. To a point. As you were. Yeah, that's the back door. This one, it's only 5 bits and it's literally being stared at by this guard, so, yeah, I'm not gonna bother. Step in. There you go. Man, these are strange dartboards. Alright, well. Here's a restroom. Oh, that one doesn't open. Where we actually need to go is up the steps. For some strange reason, these aren't marked as stealing. I'll just gladly grab those. So Clark's in there. Rather than talk to the guards, that one's staring right at me. Never mind. Not worth it. So rather than go straight into Clark's office, where, you know, all the guards are guarding, We'll just go in the side room. They totally connect up. Universal Defense Logistics at their finest. Funny that. And there he is. Minister Clark. The Earth Ambassador to Halcyon. Alright, yep, let's lose the food addiction. Let's have a nice caffeine drink. Glacier water.
How did you get in here?
Got a parcel for you.
You're not one of my guards. What are you doing here?
Oh, my law. Captain, that's the minister! Mr. Clark! Oh, wow.
I don't know if I trust this so-called minister fella, if that is his real name.
If this is about another Aetherwave clip or radio spot, you may kindly fuck off, as the parlance goes. I'm not doing any more.
Cut the crap. I'm here for dimethyl sulfoxide.
Drugs, of course. What else would it be? I don't have any drugs. You should try a vending machine or a purveyor of curative goods.
I ain't buying it, boss. I said we check him for drugs.
Will that be all, then?
I didn't come all this way to play games, Clark. It's your name on the receipts.
Oh dear, I don't think I can say this any more slowly. Unless... Of course. It's Rockwell again. Who else? And I thought he was only holding me here to keep me out of the way.
You'd better start making sense real fast.
Chairman Rockwell. He's kept me under house arrest for years. I've long suspected him of transacting business in my name. But this proves it.
So the chairman's a crook who can't be trusted? Who knew?
Please, this is important. Whatever it is that brought you here, Rockwell's the one behind it.
You expect me to believe this?
After seeing this place, is it really a stretch? I've been confined to this house for years, and even I can tell you, things aren't right in Halcyon. Whatever Rockwell's doing, he'll be doing it from the HHC headquarters. Your best lead is to look for details in his office.
If by look for details he means knock things about and take what we like, count me in.
That's certainly one way of doing things. Far be it from me to dictate your methods.
This all feels off, Captain. Like when there's a storm coming, but everything's quiet and still.
Believe me, things have been off around here for a very, very long time. A reckoning is most certainly due. Why, this is starting to sound like an issue of Dissident Hunter.
You seem a little too excited by all this.
Are you not? We're talking about busting into the chairman's office here.
We're discussing industrial espionage, legal redress, the possible salvation of Halcyon. Is this not exhilarating? Also, this is the longest conversation I've had with someone else in quite some time.
If you're the best this colony has to offer, we're screwed. I love some of the answers of this. Let's focus. How do I get to the HHC headquarters?
Via the Acropolis District, of course. That's where the most important corporate and government facilities are. But only board employees are allowed into the district. There's a heavily guarded checkpoint just down the street. There might be a route through the maintenance tunnels, but I'm afraid I don't know specifics. Most people avoid the area for obvious reasons.
Once I get into the Acropolis district, what then?
When you reach the HHC building, this access card should get you up to the executive suites, where the chairman's office and what used to be my office are.
What used to be your office? How did you manage to hang on to your access card?
The board's lackeys are none too bright. I simply claimed I'd lost it and hid it somewhere no one would think to look.
Do I want to know?
I merely hid it in a book. No one reads anything longer than a few pages around here.
I love how
adventures
you is one of the options there. Well, thanks for your help.
Wait. Rockwell has one of the only terminals capable of transmitting to the Earthbound message drone. This is our chance. Please, take this and transmit it from his office. Rockwell hasn't given me any messages from Earth for years. He's desperate to keep me out of contact with the Earth Directorate. But they need to know what's happening here.
What's on the cartridge?
What isn't on it is the real question. I've gathered meeting minutes, internal messages, sustainability reports, and more, all exposing the corruption and mismanagement plaguing Halcyon. Once the rest of the Earth Directorate sees it, they'll have to send help.
You're telling us you gathered up a whole mess of evidence on the board's corruption. How big is this cartridge again?
Large enough, I assure you. That's why you must transmit the data to the Earth Directorate and hope for their speedy intervention.
How long will that take?
Depending on the nature of their response, months at least, perhaps years. Organizing and sending personnel all the way out here is no mean feat.
Well, if it works, it'll be worth it.
Perhaps there is hope after all. And now I entrust it to you. Good luck, and trust no one in the Acropolis district. What a pleasure. I haven't had this much company in quite some time. I dearly hope I'm not imagining this.
You're not imagining this, and we weren't done talking. I've brought you something from HPS.
How delightful. What is it?
It's a parcel.
The latest issue of Dissident Hunter. I've been waiting for this. Most of what passes for entertainment here is appalling.
What's your thing with dissidents and Dissident Hunter, anyway?
Are you telling me you haven't read one? They're fabulously entertaining.
Gotta side with the minister on that one. Dissident Hunter's a work of genuine culture.
Also, they're a surprisingly useful means of ascertaining what's going on in the broader colony. The board's most pressing grievances tend to feature heavily as the problem of the week. Sometimes it's factory strikes, other times it's dissenters.
Ah, very nice. So let me get this straight. The chairman is keeping you here under house arrest?
Haven't you heard? Chairman Rockwell and I are on a goodwill tour of the colony as we speak.
Why would Rockwell do this to you?
Probably because I've no interest in being his puppet. My predecessor was content to serve as Rockwell's lapdog. When he saw I meant to oppose him, he made sure I'd have little opportunity to.
It's too bad you're stuck here.
It's quite all right. I've got every back issue of Dissident Hunter to keep me company.
I'll leave you be. Poor bastard, huh? He hasn't had much opportunity to be corrupted by this colony, yes. So now we're on a balcony outside his office. This is just the place for my acrophobe here. I don't think they let you go up and over that. Yeah. Oh boy, oh boy. Well, we can go down this way. I guess. Maybe. Ugh! Ugh. Ugh. Oh, we're in... Okay, yeah, we're in the back of his place here. There we go. Right, so the Acropolis district is right up this stairwell. But as I've shown you before, it's, there's a checkpoint here. But yeah, we're just gonna use that elevator instead. To the maintenance tunnels! I'd fast travel there, but Supernova. We shall run instead.
Oh, for the good old days when you could simply...
Given that I already cleared out the maintenance tunnels... This should be a pretty quick run through. We just have to hug that right wall. NBD. Alright. Just a quick run through. Since we got all those named sprats rescued from down there earlier. Right, so we're now on the other side of that security checkpoint. Fun, huh? Transition to HHC building.
Captain, I stand out here like a big, greasy thumb.
Don't let it intimidate you. You're with Prudence. Look how dapper she is. You're good.
Welcome to the official headquarters of the Halcyon Holdings Corporation Board. Today's greeting is brought to you by Auntie Cleo, a subsidiary of Colway Pharmaceuticals.
Getting in there seems to be pretty well secured, doesn't it? There's like no other door you could use or anything. And these two guards are just straight up looking at each other, so I can mess with it that way.
State your business. Please step away. This entry is for high-priority HHC business only.
Is this official enough for you?
Huh. I didn't realize we were still using those iridescent stickers. but this looks right. I'll just need you to register your weapons with a revised request to carry 32B form. Each weapon will need a separate form.
Fine.
Now, let's see. Damn it. When did I run out of forms?
Oh, what a shame.
You don't have to be sarcastic about it. Look, you don't have time to wait on new forms, and I can't afford the citations for impeding HAC business. So I'm going to save us both some trouble and waive your forms. Just know there are a bunch of guards upstairs, and they're all high on dervish mist and low on patience. So try anything funny, and they'll paint the walls with your guts.
So no.
Don't worry, boss, I got a plan. First, we get ourselves some tossball sticks, right? Then we sidle up to him all polite-like.
Felix, don't you start.
Oh, man. This is a separate elevator that you may or may not gain access to later. You can't use it right now. Percival Platt.
If you'll forgive my saying so, that outfit looks splendid on you.
So what exactly do you do here?
Personal assistant to Adjutant Akande and Chairman Rockwell. I'm also responsible for organizing the adjutant's stationery, which is more of a hobby.
Any chance I could meet Chairman Rockwell?
Ah. Oh, you were being serious. I'm obliged to inform you that Chairman Rockwell is unavailable for an indeterminate duration. Will there be anything else?
I'll be on my way. Alright, well, that's what we can open with the Minister's old access card. This is a top-tier locked office that I am not going to bother with because, A, there are guards staring right at it, and I don't know if I can actually pop that at range. And B, there's almost nothing of value behind there. It's like 3 bottles of alcohol and that's it. Oh, wait, no, there is actually one decent bit cartridge on the floor. You want to see it for yourself? I guess you'll just have to play the game yourself. Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo.
Excuse me, just a moment.
Oh, just a moment yourself. Not a damn thing, Percival. You can just totally ignore him. He'll just stand outside. He's not cleared to enter this office. So he won't. Funny that. Rockwell has a smoking problem. Here's the terminal. Send Minister Clark's message to Earth. Reading cartridge, packaging data, transmitting to drone, message en route. Please allow between 3 and 9 months for your message to complete transit. Well, we sent it. Personal files. Subject, what's taking so long? Percival, how long does it take to clear out an abandoned office? Toss Clark's belongings into the streets of Byzantium for all I care. He's not using them. Just get my office expansion done before I return. I'm tired of staring at that hole in the wall. And for law's sake, do something about that doom and gloom presentation. We have the brightest minds in Halcyon working in our public relations department, and they make this announcement sound like a damned funeral elegy. We need something bright and cheerful. We need something we can sell. What's he referring to? Well, you'll see soon enough. Percival, reschedule my regular Wednesday massage. I have urgent matters to attend to off-site. Project food reserves. Chairman, I've made inquiries and can confirm that we have plenty of food, real food, stored away from our intercolony trade. The nutritional profile of food produced within Halcyon has continued to decline. Soon, people are going to start feeling hungry no matter how much they eat. Unfortunately, it's gotten too expensive to continue buying from even the closest colonies, but what we have will sustain Byzantium and a minimal workforce for the foreseeable future. Sophia. You'll see more of her later. Chairman, the heads of the other 9 corporations are up in arms about their shares again. As head of UDL, you can overrule them easily, but I thought you should know they're at it again. Percival. View priority message. Sounds important. Chairman, the rough cut of the presentation is prepped to play. The PR department has a lot of work to do, but we've covered the basics. Halcyon is on the brink of starvation. The board's scientists are working on a solution. Workers can look forward to the Lifetime Employment Program for their chance to contribute. You'll see the current version when you print your key card for the Ministry of Accuracy and Morale, and yes, before you ask, the dimethyl sulfoxide has been delivered there. It's waiting for your sign-off on the broad strokes, so I wanted to make sure you saw it. Don't worry, I'll make sure it gets properly edited. Sophia. Well, let's print that key card then, shall we? Printing, encoding, operation complete. Please retrieve your key card, and here is the recording they were referring to.
Good afternoon. I'm Chairman Rockwell, and I'm here to address a serious issue facing us. As you all know, our colony has been successful beyond our wildest dreams. Unfortunately, we've recently discovered that our food supply will not be able to sustain Halcyon's population in the long term. Everyone will die. Everyone will slowly stop living from malnutrition. But we're doing it together, and that's what matters. I fucking swear, if someone doesn't give me something to read that will placate the masses soon, all of you will find yourselves violently unemployed. But I can assure you there's nothing to fear. We've got a solution. It's called the Lifetime Employment Program. We will freeze most of the colony to preserve resources, while the best and brightest of Byzantium continue living in prosperity. Look, you idiots! How many times do I have to tell you we can't say shit like that? Fire whoever wrote this! While Halcyon's brightest minds solve the problem of our nutritional shortage, the rest of the colony will be placed in suspended animation. Individuals will be revived on a rotating basis, so that every Halcyonite can be part of the important work of saving our colony. By testing paperweights. Sorry, couldn't resist. Let's go again. And someday, in the not-too-distant future when we've solved this crisis, we'll all be back together again working for the good of Halcyon. Until then, the board shall provide for the deserving just as it always has. So, obey your supervisors, take your vitamins, follow your corporate-mandated grooming rituals, and rest assured with the board on your side, there is nothing to worry about.
That was all a story, wasn't it? It's not real.
I always knew the board was crooked. But this is just evil.
It's as nasty as it sounds.
I beg your pardon. Minister Clark's former office is currently closed to solicitors.
I won't be long. I'm just admiring the architecture.
I suppose that is admissible. Please try not to break anything.
I was just leaving. All good here. Yep. Dr. Ava Chartrand was very much telling the truth. That is how bad things have gotten. It's not just something that some scientist is talking about in secret. No, it's like even the chairman was about to spill the beans to the entire colony just once they found a way to sell it. So off we go to the adjoining building, the Ministry of Accuracy and Morale. That's right over this way. Let's go get us some dimethyl sulfoxide, shall we? How about no? Just say no to Adrena time. There's a tagline they could have used. It brings out the marauder in you. Well, this place looks excessively opulent. Let's just head into a side office, shall we? Oops. I know there's something in here. There we go. Oh yeah, that too. Board's nice and clean. Here's the map of the place. There's an upper floor, but we need to go down to this laboratory here. But we'll start by going up, so you can scope out the place. Washroom, which always seems to have the most expensive consumables. On the side, office. Oh. Might not be anything stealable from in here. Huh.
Hmm?
Oh. Nothing. Could have sworn those two had a conversation. Might have been just the timing I came up at. I have a vending machine hiding back here, which I actually really need at this point. So let's see, starting from here. Okay. Usual alcohol and nicotine collection. Some excess mods. Junk. Sell all of them. What's in that, anyway? Huh. You can keep your tossball cards. Restricted access, authorized personnel only. Somehow I don't think we're going to get in there. Oh, the conversation's in here, isn't it? How come they're not talking to each other? I swear they normally do. Oh, interesting. I actually have to hack this one. Welcome to the Human Resources portal for the Ministry of Accuracy and Morale. Humans are our fourth most important resource at the Ministry. If you have a complaint about anything work-related, write about it here. You will feel much better after you do. From Caroline Endicott, issue Finally Taking Action. Theodore Isaacs keeps eating my purple berry lunches. I know that sprat-toothed little snot is the one doing it. I've seen him with cracker crumbs on his lips and purple berry stains on his lab coat. Working next to him and seeing him pick the remains of my lunch out of his disgusting teeth just makes me want to scream. There, I did it. I screamed a little. That felt good. I'm just going to sit in the kitchen and wait for him to do it again. I'll catch him in the act, and then I'll come back and write up another entry. I'm going to be so livid! Fun fact, the word livid is made up entirely out of characters that can be interpreted as Roman numerals. However, the entire word on its own cannot be interpreted as a number.
I'm gonna start taking my lunches out in the city. That woman from downstairs is still in the cafeteria.
That scientist? The one who's been hounding the clerks? Ooh, gives me the shudders, too.
They're all pretty unpleasant. What do you think they actually do down there?
Best not to ask. Remember that one clerk, Emily? She found a badge one of them had dropped and went down to return it. Never saw her again.
Oof.
Look out! Here I come!
Oh! Whoops. Well, this didn't go according to plan. They saw me the instant I opened the door. So much for being stealthy. Guess what, Felix? You get to beat up a bunch of the corporate guards. You guys alright? Good work. Yeah, I think that's actually like the first instance where, you know, I might have actually been able to talk to that soldier and see if I could worm my way in. But I'm just so used to sneaking in through the back door that I just went and tried to do that right off the bat. Oh well. Yeah, that's the first group that kind of doesn't like us. Even the Borst factory is neutral. Oh well. I don't think I'm going to lose any sleep over it. Yeah, I don't actually have any... Oh, there we go. Now I've got a UDL cartridge. I don't know why Disguise Failed came up like that. That was weird. It's like, I actually do have the cartridge. I guess it's specifically because they were looking straight at me as I entered. Yeah, you can hack that door to have another means of sneaking in. So that was unfortunate.
Nice and quick.
Not unacceptable. That was only a plasma rifle 2. This is a plasma rifle 3 I'm holding. Again, the only difference between items of different tiers like that is their starting level. There's a UDL identity cartridge if you didn't have one already. If you can stealth your way into there, you can acquire it and then walk in the open among the rest of the place. Alright, so this elevator here. We didn't get any workers, only soldiers. I'm sure that Felix is happy. Finally get some frustrations out. So we do actually get to disguise ourselves in here, too. So here we are, bottom floor. Surprisingly spacious.
What's this I hear about you ordering more tests performed with sample 4157? That batch failed spectacularly.
I saw a variance in the results that we never accounted for, so I had the techs run the trial again. And the results were 0.003% different this time.
Do the words statistically insignificant mean anything to you?
Of course, but we're obligated to explore every possibility.
We're obligated to get a working formula before Akande has us all in tanks to help test the next batch of samples. Now get to work.
That sounded like Parvati, oddly enough. Nice of people to leave their lockers open for us. Oh, there we go. And of course, the mag pick on the floor. Right. And, some cream there. Some stimulation. Alright, so we will get interrogated the next time we're seen. Should be able to talk our way out of that. So, is the reason I still have the indoor set on. We are technically still indoors. I can continue just trying to be stealthy, sneak around the outside edge here. But, there's actually something really nice to be had if we go in over here, if I recall correctly. That said, we can keep poking around this way. There's a workbench, although I don't know what we could possibly do with it. Unless something needs, like, repairs, I guess. And not really. Alright. We can be a little stealthy for a bit here. Best to not get interrogated at all. No, we're not avoiding it.
No visitors allowed, citizen. I'm going to need to see some identification.
No, you're not.
What?
You don't need to see my identification.
I don't need to see your identification.
Move along.
Move along.
Gee, I wonder where they got that idea from. Yeah, that's pretty blatant, wasn't it? Central Lab. Let's go this way. Necropsy Lab.
Let the record show that Subject 23K's cause of death is cerebral vascular incident brought about by a ruptured aneurysm.
That's an 86% failure rate for this batch. I think we can safely move on to the next.
And I had such high hopes for this one. Oh well, I suppose it could have been worse.
Yeah. They could have ended up like those poor bastards in containment.
A terminal. Remember, Ministry terminals are to be used for Ministry business only. Anyone caught or suspected of using Ministry terminals for criminal, defamatory, or non-work-related purposes will be prosecuted. View lab notes. Autopsy records note all subjects have perished after undergoing multiple hibernation cycles. Subject 19F, massive cranial hemorrhage upon removal from hibernation chamber. Subject 61B, intestinal rupture upon removal from hibernation chamber. Subject 82C, lab technician accidentally shorted hibernation chamber. Subject electrocuted. Subject 15R, pulmonary edema upon removal from hibernation chamber. So yeah, they're trying to do what Phineas Wells has been doing. Phineas Wells has already succeeded in this, of course. Our main character, our protagonist, is living proof. They are still killing people left and right, trying to do it themselves. Ugh. Scientist isn't actually going to question us. They don't have reason to believe we are anything other than the soldier we seem to be. Remember, human trials are expensive. Test with animals first. Trial number 27. I've tried replicating the work Dr. Wells initially did on the revivifying formula, but his notes are basically unintelligible. This may take a few iterations. Trial number 64. That's tetraborate ethanol, not toasted dinner roll. Trial number 68. Maybe it is toasted dinner roll. Trial number 82. Powers that be are demanding results. I have submitted my catalog of dead sprats. Trial number 127. I didn't realize it was possible to run out of sprats. Trial number 128. Which genius left the new shipment of sprats in the kitchen? Trial number 237. Still attempting to complete Wells's formula. Still going through a dozen sprats a week. We've got a lot of work ahead of us if this is ever going to be effective at reviving people from long-term hibernation. Remember this guy? We spent far too much time humoring. There are the 5 sprats that we recovered. Shame it wasn't all 6.
My mysterious sprat savior. What an unexpected surprise. But what are you doing here?
I need to inspect the dimethyl sulfoxide.
On the other side of the lab? Why, that requires a top-level clearance. After all, we're running low on the stuff.
Come on, after I found your sprats.
Oh, very well. I really shouldn't be doing this, but you did help me out. Take this key card. It'll get you into the hibernation lab where the remaining dimethyl sulfoxide is. If you're seen by any of the guards, however, I'm afraid I can't help. Good luck.
Farewell. Right. So we need to... It's probably easiest to go around this way. He's the Sprat Man. Dee da 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 da. Oh, this actually doesn't even lead to where I want it to go. Unless...
What? Thought I saw... Hey! This area is for authorized personnel only. You're not supposed to be here, are you?
Relax, how do you think I got here?
I guess that's what I was wondering.
You really think I got past all the other guards if I don't belong?
When you put it that way, it does sound pretty unlikely. Still, you should go. I don't think the other guards will be as rational about this as I am.
If you say so. It's so persuasive. So here we are over the hibernation lab. There's the key card that that Giles gave us. And just like that, and let's get this large door open for an easier escape afterward. A whole bunch of people in suspended animation, waiting their turn to be failed to be awoken. Welcome to the Human Experimentation Station of the Ministry of Accuracy and Morale. Human testing is a required step of any new product or process in order to ensure accuracy. Please be sure to document the results of all tests thoroughly to save the expense of additional trials. View lab notes, live human trials. The addition of dimethyl sulfoxide to the current round of tests has resulted in some improvements. Subjects are showing improved circulation and increased neural activity. However, our formula is still missing something. We are still unable to fully revive subjects from long-term hibernation, and removing their supply of dimethyl sulfoxide results in their rather excruciating death. The problem is compounded when we consider reviving and freezing subjects multiple times over their lives. To make matters worse, we've had a hard time securing additional dimethyl sulfoxide. We may have to make do with this batch. So, this is apparently all the dimethyl sulfoxide that's left, is what they have here. Trying to transfer it to a canister. Warning! This procedure may result in the invalidation of experiment results and the death of human test subjects. Further information: sudden withdrawal from dimethyl sulfoxide is highly lethal and will result in the cancellation of any in-progress experiments. Experimental integrity and test subject vitality can be maintained by leaving a 73.629% dimethyl sulfoxide concentration in circulation. Experiment authorization: Rockwell, Charles, Project Lifetime Employment Program. Objective: to repeatedly revive human subjects from extended hibernation without causing the death of the human subject and the loss of associated productivity. Results: inconclusive. Prognosis: cautiously optimistic. And here is your one and only poll for the last night. And it is a biggie. Did you honestly think, the way this game was going, that we wouldn't get through it all without a trolley problem? Of course not! I'll give you 3 minutes on this one. There you are. Enjoy. I'll be back in a bit. Your vote is binding. Just a little bit of time left before I find out what kind of people my my chat is made of. Oh dear. Oh dear. Exactly one vote. Exactly one person voted. So much for the colonists on the Hope. Guess what, Wells? You are only getting about a quarter of the dimethyl sulfoxide we could have given you. Just so that we can keep the people in these tanks alive. Chat has spoken. They don't want the murder on their hands, I guess. Not seeing the greater good. Well, that's a trolley problem for you. Proceeding to withdraw the maximum non-lethal quantity of chemicals from the experiment. Calibrating sensors. Checking dimethyl sulfoxide levels. Transferring a canister. Well, I'll have to make do. Dimethyl sulfoxide formulation version 1283.2G discontinued due to severe adverse reactions. Warning, do not stare directly at contents. Well, we'll take that. And, we can just easily sneak out the way we, opened up here. Hell, this this elevator, takes us right back up to the top. Behind another barred door. Right at the entrance. Okay, well, time to go visit Wells. We can just, oops, fast travel back to the ship. They'll let us do that, in theory. There it goes.
If you don't mind my saying, Captain, Minister Clark is lucky to have you on his side. You have a message from Adjutant Sophia Akande.
No one ever looks quite the same in person as they do in my reports. And my reports of you have been exceptionally thorough. You've had quite a career.
I'm just getting started.
I'm glad to hear that. This may come as a surprise, but I happen to enjoy your work. I've been keeping up with you ever since Emerald Vale. Now that was an interesting piece of work. A rundown backwater, barely worth the ink on a map. Until you showed up. You walked through Edgewater and in your wake transformed it from a loyal company town to a haven for dissidents. I'm actually a little impressed. All this happened because some mysterious stranger fell out of the sky.
You almost sound like you approve.
Not always. For the longest time, I could never be sure if you were on our side or against us. You should be back on the Hope, frozen in a hibernation chamber. Yet here you are, flying about in a stolen ship, leaving a trail of paperwork in your wake. The board doesn't know what to make of you. But I do. I've seen your potential. There's so much we can do for this colony.
I'm sure you didn't bring me all this way just to flatter me. Actually, well, how do you know I'm from the Hope?
We raised security on the Hope after Wells broke in. As for discovering the identity of the missing colonist, all we had to do was scan the passenger manifest.
You wanted to talk to me? Make your offer.
You have something I want. I'd like to negotiate.
How did you find my ship?
There's exactly one vessel in all of Byzantium that looks like it dropped out of an aetherwave drama. Phineas Wells is wanted by the board. I want to convince you to turn him in to us.
All right. Convince me.
Wells is a dangerous madman. His plan is going to endanger everyone in Halcyon. He's an obsessive psychopath. And he's using you. You're in contact with Wells. I want you to send us a tracing signal from his communication terminal.
Hold on. Getting a lot of noise on this signal. Could you fuck off and never call back? You want me to sell him out?
Wells was our mistake. We failed to apprehend him for years. I'm asking you to help me correct that mistake. I'm sending you my access code. Contact me from Wells's terminal. When you're done, come speak to me in my office.
Adjutant Akonde's call has been terminated. Will there be anything else, Captain?
Let's get out of here. I said that was the only poll that you'll be getting tonight, and I am standing by that. If you want to, you can, at the last moment, decide to betray Phineas Wells and side with the board and actually try to support the lifetime employment program at the cost of, you know, your conscience, but you're also set in the colony, presumably. Or you could try to double-cross the board, play along, and then stab at their leadership. You could do that too. But in the interest of making sure that I finish the game tonight, and just finishing the game, I want to finish, you know, the game. There'll be plenty repercussions of your decisions to be seen soon enough. Yeah, I want the game to end as it was, shall we say, intended, in a more straightforward manner. I'll show you where the branching off point is, but I'm simply not going to take it. But I will tell you when and where that happens.
Now arriving at Phineas's top-secret orbital lab.
Check one thing real quick here. Oh, that should be plenty. Oh, you know what? We need a nap. Just a brief one should do. Doopa-doopa-doo. You're a short one, right? Short-ish. Right. Negotiate with Sprats for territory gets me every time.
You got a second?
Yeah, absolutely, Felix.
If we wanted the board's attention, we got options. Piracy, vandalism, maybe some light arson. We want to put some fear in the board, right? Get them scared of us.
The board's got plenty of reason to fear us.
I want to believe you, but the adjutant didn't seem too scared of us. You just got an audience with Sophia Akonde. That's the adjutant to the chairman? You sure we should be trusting her?
Probably not. There's a good chance she's using us.
If you think she's using us, why'd you give her the time of day?
If I ever have to kill her, I want her to recognize my face. I love that line. I've got a plan, Felix. Trust me on this one.
You got some secret plan to double-cross the board? I knew it! Sorry, I probably shouldn't have said that out loud. I know we're freelancers and all. We take work where we can find it. But we gotta be vigilant, you know? This is how the board gets you. A job here, an errand there. Before you know it, you're calling him sir and ma'am.
I know what I'm doing. Your warning has been noted.
I appreciate your time. Let's get back to it.
You're good people, Felix. Hungry, huh? I love the way this conversation goes.
I've kept myself busy in your absence, optimized my formula. I'm now confident I can revive the remaining colonists. All I need now is the dimethyl sulfoxide. I'll take as much as you can give me.
Forget about the chemicals for a second. The colony's on the verge of collapse.
What? Oh, yes, well, that's obvious. Anyone with 2 working labs can see this colony's slouching toward oblivion. Why do you think we've been doing all this? I revived you to help me save Halcyon from annihilation.
It gets worse. The chairman's planning on freezing every worker in Halcyon.
Hold on. Let me see if I understand this correctly. You're saying that Halcyon's on the brink of total collapse? And the chairman's plan to save all of us is to save himself? I always knew Halcyon was heading toward a systems collapse, but I never imagined we were already there. The board made this crisis, and now they want to solve it by freezing the rest of us? That's not a plan. That's a goddamn escape clause. That makes 2 things we don't have. Time and chemicals to revive the other settlers. None of this was supposed to happen. I was supposed to revive the Hope's colonists. We were supposed to have enough time to solve the problem before we all starved.
I found your chemicals in the ministry. The board was testing them on human subjects.
Human test subjects? Oh, that's grotesque. That's unthinkable. That's exactly what I'd expect out of the board.
These are all the chemicals I could get. Any more and I would have killed the subjects.
Damn, that's not enough. Not nearly enough for the whole ship. I could revive a handful of settlers. Maybe, possibly, 10. We're out of time. We're out of chemicals. We may very well be out of options. If the board has their way, we're all going to be spending the rest of our lives frozen in stasis. Do you realize what this means for the Hope? For your fellow colonists? The board's going to kill them all. Toss them out into space, just to make room in their hibernation chambers.
We need to think about this. There has to be something we can do.
Short of lining up every member of the board and shooting them in the back of the head. Do you know what's waiting for us on the Hope? Scientists, engineers, artists, the brightest minds Earth ever sent us, uncorrupted by the board. The board's going to dispose of them all and transform the Hope into a prison for the rest of us. They're likely on their way to the Hope as we speak. We need to get to those colonists before the board. I have enough chemicals to start reviving a few of them, but no easy way to get them off the Hope.
There's a way. It's not exactly safe, but we could skip the Hope into the system.
Merciful gibbering law, you're a genius! We bring the Hope to us. Skip the entire ship across the distance of colony space, right next to my lab.
The Hope's probably damaged. We'll have to route power from the Unreliable.
Yes, exactly. You're a step ahead of me, but I perceive the shape of your plan. If we link up the Hope to the Unreliable, then use your navigational computer to calculate a reasonably safe vector, we can skip the entire colony ship into the rings of Terra 2.
I don't know much about skip drives, not the physics anyhow. I do know the Hope's real massive. How's our bitty little ship supposed to skip it?
Excellent question, my sharp-witted mechanic. You will use your own ship to power up the Hope's skip drive. Your navigational computer can handle the rest.
I don't understand a word you said, Doc. All I know is, if we're gonna hijack a colony ship, count me in.
Yes, excellent. I approve of your enthusiasm, young man. You should ask your captain for a raise.
We hear that a lot.
You'll need to switch on the Hope's auxiliary power using the unreliable. Then head to the bridge. Your navigational computer, Ada, should be able to activate the Hope skip drive. Once you've skipped the Hope next to my lab, I'll have easy access to the frozen colonists. I can start reviving them immediately.
I'll do it.
I know you're wondering why I'm doing all this. Why I believe the people on the Hope are the answer to the colony's problems. The Hope is carrying some of humanity's most brilliant thinkers. Scientists, engineers, experts in their field. If we work together, we can still find a way to save Halcyon. The board would have us believe Halcyon is beyond saving. I choose to believe otherwise. If there's even the slightest chance we can save Halcyon from oblivion, then we have to take it.
The adjutant asked me to plant a tracking signal in your lab, but I'm not going to do it.
You absolutely should.
You've got a plan of some sort?
The adjutant must have sent you some kind of tracking code. If you don't use the code, she'll suspect you betrayed her. I think you should use the code and send a corrupted tracking signal. That should buy me some time.
I get it. You want to prepare.
The board's going to catch up to me sooner or later. This way I'll have time to set up some particularly nasty defenses. Use my communications terminal to corrupt the tracking signal. While the board busies themselves trying to decipher it, I'll have plenty of time to prepare my defenses.
I wanted to talk about the Hope.
Certainly. How can I help?
People aren't going to notice a gigantic colony ship slamming into the rings of Terra 2.
Unlikely. The Hope is as massive as the Groundbreaker, but compared to the rings of Terra 2, positively minuscule. The board might notice, possibly, depending on the position of their heads relative to the depth of their collective posteriors.
Should I expect any resistance?
It wouldn't surprise me. When I pulled you out of the Hope, the board nearly intercepted me. I expect they stepped up security since my little act of larceny.
Just so we're clear, you know skip drives aren't supposed to be used like this.
Skip drives were never designed to be used within a system, but I skipped my ship across Halcyon when I rescued you, and that turned out fine, mostly. That is, I ruined my ship and nearly killed myself in the process, but the maneuver was well within acceptable margins of risk. You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
It's kind of weird how they let you question your own idea. That's all for now. Right, so you could choose to send a non-corrupted tracking signal here, but either way, Sophia, Adjutant Akande, will actually invite you to her office. There is a landing pad in Byzantium that's on the far side of the HHC building that leads directly into where Rockwell's office is, where we were. Remember Percival Platt there? And Sophia will be there. And you can talk with her and side with her or kill her. But I'm not even going to give her the time of day from this point on. I'm not going to waste my time going there and showing you that. I'm simply going to move on to the end game to make sure that I can finish on time. So if you want to experiment with that, well, you'll just have to play the game yourself. Running Cacophony Protocol. I love the sound of that. Shipboard surveillance protocol failed. Signal fidelity has been compromised. This terminal will attempt to establish a new connection once every cycle.
That should do it. You've bought me more than enough time.
Hey, boss, I want to talk to you.
Yes, Felix, make it
You know,
quick.
they're gonna make a serial about our adventures one day. I've been trying to think of a good title for this episode. I like the sound of The Skip Job. No, wait, I got it. Hope in Dark Times. Get it? Hope? Like the ship. That's what folks in the business call wordplay.
This isn't a serial drama. We're not heroes in some fanciful story.
Hey, nice. You can totally pull off the tough-as-nails hard-ass boss with no sense of humor. And everybody thinks you're serious and professional all the time. Except at the end, when you sacrifice your life for the good of the team, proving you cared all along. Wait, no. Don't do that.
Squeeze the fridge of your nose. Felix! I've got no intention of dying.
That was an amazing last line. So, don't say that sort of thing if you're about to go charging into a fight. Stealing the hope from the board, skipping it across the whole damn system. This is gonna be great. I can't wait.
I like your attitude, Felix.
Enough to boost my pay? I'm just kidding, boss. I know you don't pay me. I'm sure you've got plans to make. As for me, I gotta keep practicing my signature dropkick. The Hope might have cameras.
Never change, Felix. Never change. Are we thirsty? Damn, we thirsty. So we basically have 2 areas left to complete in the game. One is the Hope itself. And after a brief stop back at Phineas's lab, it will be on to the last area on the map that has a lock on it. And that lock will be taken off. And that is the point of no return, where I will be making a save for posterity's sake. Not to mention that, actually I should probably do a manual save here. Once the next DLC comes out...
Captain, I hope Dr. Wells has not dragged you into one of his irrational schemes again. My diagnosis of his mental stability is not flattering. Sending a corrupted tracking signal to the board was quite clever, if I might say, Captain.
Yeah, that was his idea. But the rest of this crazy plan? Yeah, that's actually us.
You have a
That's
message
prudence.
from Adjutant Sophia Akande.
Oh, great for
I'm
her.
impressed, Captain. I almost expected you wouldn't go through with it. Unfortunately, Dr. Wells found a way to corrupt the signal before we could pinpoint his location. Still, it's only a matter of time before we find him. Come visit me in Byzantium. We need to have a talk about the future of this colony.
How do I know this isn't a trap?
Because I'm not in the business of arresting my own allies. You have my word. Meet me in my office. I've authorized your ship at my personal landing pad.
Adjutant Akande has ended her call. Rather rudely, if I might say, considering she didn't sign off. Will there be anything else, Captain?
Let's go. Yep. Look at that. Negative 0%. The adjutant just completely and utterly wiped our record. So yeah, if you follow this approach, if you actually whether you make that a legitimate tracking signal or not, you can totally just decide to go with the board. It's your past negative is gone. She has totally given you a full pardon. You have a clean slate. You can totally side with the board if you want to. Or, of course, you go there into her office and you could just choose to kill her instead. So that's an option. I will be doing none of the above, though. I am simply going to ignore this long-distance mission that got added in the same way I'm ignoring this last faction quest to go back to Lilia Hagen. Who gives a crap? I don't. To the Hope!
We have arrived at the Hope. I need you to reroute power from our ship to the Hope's auxiliary generator. You'll have to connect me to the Hope's comm system so I can convince her central computer to enable the skip drive.
What's going to happen if I skip the Hope?
If your calculations are even slightly off, you could crash the entire colony ship into Terra 2. Or the Sun.
What was I doing again? Tell me about the Hope.
The Hope is the Groundbreaker's prettier, sleeker sister. She wandered off and got lost for 70 years, but just recently was found. Also, there are hundreds of thousands of frozen organic life forms hibernating in her hold.
That's all for now. Let's make sure we are fully rested before we tackle this. So, notably, there are absolutely no vending machines on board the Hope, which of course makes perfect sense because the corporations have never had any standing on there, obviously. If you are particularly stupid, if you are playing a dumb character, and this is actually the speedrun option, since it lets you skip the entire final level. You can totally opt to take control of the skipping of the Hope yourself?
Clever.
And crash it into the Sun. And that's your non-standard game over. Yeah, this ship is laid out very similarly to the Groundbreaker. Except there's nothing in there this time. It's a little easier to continue to move along the top. Oh man, hack of 91. Well, that can be arranged. I think we also need a caffeine drink to make that one. Set targeting systems to UDL employees. Warning, sentries will open fire on anyone identified as a UDL employee. UDL assumes all risk to company assets and personnel. Do you still wish to modify sentries targeting parameters? Yes! Targeting parameters accepted. Sentries targeting UDL employees. Well, we don't need to worry about any guards now. At least not as many. Let's put our combat suit on here. Swap out the soft speaker for Tanaka's Peacekeeper. And, I think we're good to go. Yeah, not really a... Oh, right, there's a door over here. What's up, Sprats? Pancake mix. Engineer's log number CE-29. Finding a lot more blood around the ship lately. This must be the clumsiest crew on record. You know how hard it is to get bloodstains out of steel hull? I'm going to run out of antiseptic wash. With the amount of time I've spent on these floors, I'd better have a promotion waiting in Halcyon. Chief Custodial Engineer sounds fine to me. Thurston Stallworth, Custodial Engineer, license number 34648432. Yeah. That's just the first chapter of quite the story that's gonna be, shared with us, as it were. Oh, right, we're disguised as a UDL employee right now, aren't we? I actually don't want to use the holographic shroud while we're in there. Maybe we should just turn the sentinels off for now. Oh, can we not edit that again? Weird. You know what, let's, there's another approach. There is another approach. Well, yeah. Oh, really? Man. More food, huh? Yeah, this door. Tremor Cleaver Ultra. It's like the security office. Aboard the Groundbreaker. Engineer's log CE-17. This whole starving to death thing isn't all it's cracked up to be. On the upside, the bathrooms are the cleanest they've been since we left port. It's made my job a hell of a lot easier. Thurston Stallworth, Custodial Engineer. So yeah, there's a small story told aboard the Hope here. Yeah, one of the things I just took doing that pickpocketing him is a key card to the bridge. Why do we still have the canister? Weird.
Soldier.
Unauthorized access will result in immediate termination upon your arrival in Halcyon. Message exchange T778. Darling, I've just had a frightening epiphany. What's wrong? I've just realized that we'll be nearing our 50s when we arrive in Halcyon. Yes. But our Lucas, when they wake him up, he'll still be 6. By the time he's out of schooling, we'll be nearly 60. I feel as though time is being stolen from me. He'll work on the ship when he graduates. We'll see him again. I hope so, Will. D and W Hunt, and you'll be hearing more about them in a bit. And here we have F. Nolda and A. Volkov. You gotta help me, Alexei. I'm gonna go mental. What's the problem? It's the food. Our rations? Are you having digestion issues? No. I hate Borst, Doctor. I hate it. I can't spend the next 10 years eating it. I thought you had an actual medical problem, Frank. I do! It's disgusting! Get back to your post. You're wasting my time. Come on, there's gotta be something you can prescribe. You'll get used to it, or you'll starve. Up to you. No entry there. Uh-oh.
Lawbreaker! I saw that! I don't recognize you. Are you new here?
You probably shouldn't be talking to me. Corporate doesn't like us socializing on duty.
I'm just trying to make sure you belong here.
I was transferred here by HHC.
I guess you got a point.
I'd better get back to work.
I don't want any trouble out of you. Waste of company ammo.
That was nice of them. Took out a few in the front for us. Alright, what time I showed you the map, right? Alright, so that's, where's the... Yeah, patch Ada into the Hope's communications system, and then repower the Hope's skip drive. Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting. One of the objectives... That's alright, we'll be able to reset the command anyway. There's a control panel right in the front of this place, and I keep forgetting that's one of the objectives. This is less than ideal. Holy shit, you're fucking blind. That so should not have worked. Here we go. I keep forgetting this is here. Auxiliary power station. Available functions. Patch. Route an auxiliary power source to supplement UDL-2's reactor. Status. Power status report. And logs view archived logs, recorded audio transmissions, and or internal messages. Of course, we'll view the logs first. Pre-launch roll call. Personnel of notable rank. Captain Wilhelm Hunt. First Mate Donna Hunt. Navigation, Rezi Torrega. Haven't heard from them yet. Chief Engineer Frank Nolda. And Medical Officer Alexei Volkov. Yeah, you'll be seeing more of those names. There's a whole story told entirely through journals and logs in here about the Hope's approach to Halcyon. Manual log number 1 from Wilhelm Hunt. 10 years. Longest trip Donna and I ever took was a week-long sojourn into the Silver Mountains. Even that set her on edge. She's a homebody. Always was. She packed so much food we could have been stranded out on those rocks for a month, and we probably would have been just fine. UDL sent us on a team-building seminar into the city once. They paid for everything. Donna still packed nutrient bars, just in case the bus broke down. It's gonna take this ship 10 years to reach Halcyon. An entire decade. It's a good thing UDL provided the rations, else she might have dumped our life savings into mixed nuts and freeze-dried meat. As you might imagine, he's about to wish she did. This is it, folks. Say goodbye to Old Blue, eh? Yeah, if anyone wants to, good riddance. Why so bitter, Rezi? She's been a good home. Give me a spaceship any day of the week. Well, we'll see how you feel a year in. So, a moment of silence? Or should we make a toast? Anything? It feels weird leaving Earth in the rearview mirror. No, from now on we look only forward. Oops, I didn't actually want to exit the whole thing. Status reports available on the following functions. Power, maintenance, hibernation chambers. UDL-2's reactor is in power save mode, only life support is powered. Systems due for regularly scheduled maintenance, engines, power regulators, cooling systems, security, automech, skip drive, and janitorial, all over 21,000 days overdue. Pending work orders, macrowave short-circuited after some idiot left his fork on his plate. Macrowave clock has stopped. Macrowave is stuck on high power mode. Macrowave has stopped working entirely. Hibernation storage status. All hibernation storage systems are functioning within intended parameters. Storage Bay 5 is currently at 99% capacity. Storage Bay 8 is currently at 92% capacity. Storage Bay 12 is currently at 76% capacity. Quite a few people have already been pulled out. Curious. Power is now being routed from the docking bay. Reactor is now in auxiliary power mode. Can now check the status. Life support, engines, navigation, communications, and security are now all active. Can't do anything on the maintenance, though.
That ought to do her, Captain.
Alright. Yeah, I keep forgetting that this terminal is a thing. Okay. They're so blind. Okay. Stack casual. Alright. Just be a crab. Don't fuck this up. So we need to work our way eventually there to the helm. But first to this part here. And it is on the first floor. Is the communications systems room. I see. Alright. Weird. Why they wouldn't be shooting at us. where we woke up. Current pod count 9,999. Interesting, huh? Pod removal number CB5524. Occupant Prudence, removed by unknown crew member. Automated audio transcript R2793, unknown crew members. Hundreds of thousands of colonists left to drift out here forever, just to keep from damaging the board's bottom line. Disgraceful. Pretty sure Wells left that one. Yeah. Yeah, we're good. Why did you go back out there?
Yeah, huh?
More logs. Manual log from Torrega. Dear Diary, everyone is running around trying to figure out how we're going to eat, but none of it means anything if I can't keep us on course. It's hell. Charting 26 years of travel through space is... I don't know if I can handle it. It's so much pressure, so many lives. If I get one thing wrong, one smudged decimal point, one off by one miscalculation, we could crash into an asteroid. I keep thinking of the colonists. They'd just never wake up. Lucky them. I've called you all here because the numbers on our rations are off. Off? What do you mean, off? We have too many. Someone hasn't been taking theirs. Extra food sounds like a good thing, darling. Not extra. Someone's getting their food from another source. They must have it stashed somewhere. So, someone could have brought some from Earth. If they did, we need to include it in our rationing, Frank. Every bit of food on this ship is to be split among us all. It's theirs. It isn't yours to take. This isn't about ownership. This is about survival. We're going to run out eventually, and the longer we last, the closer we get to figuring this shit out. Alright, alright. I want everyone to interrogate their crew. Find whoever's not eating their share and bring them forward. Perhaps there is hope yet. Mama used to have such a garden. I grew up on her tomatoes and lemons and limes. When we left Earth, she was so kind as to share a sample of seeds with me, so that wherever we end up, I might start my own garden. Now, buds grow in hydroponics. This may not be a backyard, but it is something. I remember you every day, Mamochka, now more than ever. Law help me, it worked! I'm going to hell, but it worked. Now, how the fuck do I break the news to the captain? Cap, wanted this on record. Sick of the witch hunt. It's me. I haven't been eating my rations. Why? Don't need it. Don't mind feeling hungry. I need my chief engineer with his full faculties. I'm glad you owned up to this, but start eating your full share. That's an order. All due respect, Cap. We're up shit creek. I'm not sure that's an order means a lot right now. It holds weight now more than ever, Frank. We need to stay organized. Well, I ain't doing it. So either shove that shit down my throat yourself, or give my leftovers to someone else. Key card for the Hope Bridge, although we already have one. Oh!
Crew data not found. Identify yourself.
This statement is false.
Error. Paradox protection protocols have prevented me from registering your stated identification. Please report to your nearest mechanical engineer.
Everything I say is false.
Error. Paradox prevention has temporarily disabled this unit's auditory processing. Thank you for your cooperation.
Yeah, bit of a miscalculation there, huh?
Initiating greetings protocol. Greetings.
Route communications through the unreliable, but first, logs. Begin audio log. Is this thing working? I said begin audio! Damn it. This is P. Wells. Yes, let's go with that. Work continues on test subject 112, retrieved from hibernation bay 8. Time of extraction, let's say 2.5 hours ago. Time of death, 6 minutes prior. Explosive cell death. My arch nemesis. Haunting my every attempt at reviving our frozen colonists. Making a mockery of my procedures. I've tried every combination of every chemical available to me. Attempted every variation of every possible thawing procedure. A gradual melt, a flash thaw, extremities first, brain first. Don't know how much more of this I can take. 4 hours of sleep in the last 72. I can still hear their screaming in my nightmares. Test subject 112. Real name Harley Stanton. Age 39. Enjoyed singing. I'm sorry, Harley. I couldn't save you. Begin audio log as soon as I say the words begin audio log. What a ridiculously inconvenient program. What happens if I just accidentally say the phrase audio log? Don't know why I'm talking to a frozen colonist. You're losing it, Phineas. Focus. Focus. Come on, make the incision. There we go. Excellent. Well, well, my frigid friend. You disobeyed the moratorium on ingesting food 36 hours prior to hibernation, didn't you? Thank the law for disposable gloves. Steady now. Steady. Oh, that's not good. That's definitely not good. Damn slippery scalpel. Who makes these anyway? Spacer's Choice? Alright, I've got no choice. I'm going in. So, it probably shouldn't surprise us that we weren't Phineas's first attempt. We clearly were his first success. Does beg the question, though. How many people has he stolen out of here to try to revive? Interesting that that's the same thing the board's been doing. Curious. Well.
Can you hear me, Captain? I have successfully integrated myself into the Hope's comm systems, and am attempting to establish contact with the Hope's more primitive processor now. Would you like me to play a mood-suitable music selection while you travel to the bridge? Oh, sorry. File not found.
That's quite alright, Ada. We're streaming anyway. Wouldn't want to get it muted. I want to keep these VODs for posterity.
Stasis chambers. Which pod were you slumbering in for so long, Captain? The missing one, I take it?
Alright. Time to work our way up to the bridge. The elevator's right here. But before we do that... That's a big sprat. That's a real big sprat. You can have the room. Yeah, I'm only going to be able to show you one ending. I don't mind skipping past a few things near the end for sake of expediency. After all, part of the reason why I even stream games in the first place is to encourage more people to play them themselves. So if you want to find that out, you want to see what's in there, play yourself.
Keep your eyes out for dissidents.
I think this game is on GOG, so you can get it DRM free. Pretty sure it's on Steam as well. And of course, I'm playing it on an Xbox One. It is on Game Pass. For the time being, anyhow. Yep, it's on GOG. Oh yeah, it's also on the Switch as well, and PS4. Forgot there was a Switch release of it. I think there's still some meat in the locker on the ship. So there are a lot of little side rooms here, and there's...
These were the private quarters of the Hope's former crew. Shall we hold a moment of silence for the dearly departed? No? That's odd, because my programming would indicate that when forced to confront the idea of self-death, organics prefer... Oh, I see. Yes, never mind.
I don't know if we should be in here, Captain. It should be private, shouldn't it?
Well, yeah. Perfecto. This door is sealed, but we can get in from the other side. I'll check a few other rooms first.
You got it open?
Warning, unauthorized access will result in immediate termination upon your arrival in Halcyon. What is it, Resi? Captain, hey, sorry for waking you. One of the pod alarms went off. I didn't know what to do. Pod alarms? The colonists? Yes, see? I'll check it out, thanks. Manual log from the captain. I'm writing this down because I'm not sure what to do, but I want the incident on record. One of our colonists has gone missing. The cameras in the pod bay have been deactivated for... I don't know how long. Resi helped me hook another up in secret. I've been checking on it every morning, and today I discovered our chief engineer tampering with one of the pods in the middle of the night. I haven't confronted him yet. I'll collect more evidence before I do. I don't know why Frank would start waking people up. We're short on food as is. I should throw you out of the fucking airlock, Frank. You should be thanking me for solving our food crisis. This is your solution? Sacrificing innocent people? What's going on? Resi, find Alexei. We're throwing Frank in the brig. What? Why? He's the one who's tampering with the pods. Oh, what? You're going to spare her the grisly details? I ate them, Resi. You ate them? And I ain't apologizing for it. If we don't survive, they're as good as dead anyway. Oh no. I can't. I'm going to be sick. Just find Alexei. Okay. I've been talking to Frank. And how's the brig? Captain, he makes a kind of sense. Damn it, Alexei, not you too. Don't listen to that madman. What if your wife can't grow more food? What if it fails? Then we'll figure something else out. We are not cannibals. Yeah, the wall is busted down here. Although it's a low ceiling there. Advanced defensive helmet gold. Level 30. If we didn't already have better. Yeah, that is one of the top tier helmets. If you don't, even on the other side, that's sealed. If you don't have DLC, that's the best you can get. Heavy machine gun 2. we go across the way. I'm not here, you don't see me. Alas, Mamuchka, I've failed. The tomatoes die on their stalks. Something must be wrong with the soil. We have a month of rations. The crew talks of cannibalism. My Wilhelm fights to bolster off their wilting spirits and to bar the way from those too far gone. At nights, while my stomach grumbles, I fear I, too, may stray toward that dark path. But I think of our Lucas asleep in his pod, and then I think of all those other sons, and daughters, and mothers, and fathers. If I woke up in Halcyon and my family had been devoured by these ghoulish men, I will steel my resolve. I will resist. The physical effects of starvation are well documented, but we never learned about the toll they take on your mind. The things you hold true become walls between hunger and satisfaction. The difference between right and wrong blurs. I told Frank we'd have to eat about a third of the colonists in order to survive our journey. When we still had rations, that seemed impossibly unjust. Tens of thousands of innocent people to save 24. Now I'm not so sure. Attention all crew, I don't know who let Frank Nolda out of his cell, but he is now an enemy of this ship. Anyone in league with him will be imprisoned for the duration of our journey. Anyone caught tampering with the cold storage pods will be frozen, and upon our arrival in Halcyon, you will be turned into the authorities. I am locking off the cold storage bays. Frank, if you can hear me, there's still time to turn yourself in. Please. Rezi, can you get us to Halcyon? I've been working on it. Can you get us there? I have to, Captain. Good. Meet me on the bridge. We'll make our last stand there. Wait, what about Donna? She won't be joining us. What the hell? What happened? I'll fill you in when you get here. Hurry. Okay. Fuck. I can't believe this is happening. Retro rockets. Get any more of those rocket-shaped candies? Donna Hunt personal log. Mama, Wilhelm, Lucas, forgive me. Frank offered me so tiny a piece. It tasted like... It doesn't matter what it tasted like. It was delicious. I loved it. Let it be known that I broke the lock to my personal quarters, not Wilhelm. I'll die in here, and that is my choice.
That's the Hope's computer up ahead. I'll admit, I am curious to wake him.
Hey, if this all goes wrong and we end up flying into the sun, I just want you all to know it was a real pleasure.
Need a drink too. to open that door. Only thing on the other side of that is a guard. Right. Is that everything? I think so. Wait. Aha! Thought I saw something shiny on there. Hello there. Right. So you can sort of go down and under. Dupe. Quite a few advanced mods hiding down in here. And then, of course, there's this side. I'm not sure there is an... Oh, no, there we go. Alright, Ada, do your thing. There's another caffeinated beverage. The Hope navigation interface. Last set of logs. Open the fucking door, Will! No. You're killing us! Better you than the colonists. This is idiotic. If we don't keep the ship afloat, they'll die anyway! Unnecessary risk. Resi is plotting our course. The ship will fly true. You're gambling with hundreds of thousands of people's lives. And you're handpicking which few you'll consume in your madness. Damn it, Alexei. Find me a fucking drill. Captain, you hear that? Hear what? The drill stopped. Maybe they're taking a break. Maybe it broke. Maybe they're trying to get into the cold storage. If they get through before they starve, they'll outlast us. Keep working, Rizzy. I'll take care of it. Last entry from Rizzy Torrega. I think I'm the only one left. I don't know what Captain Hunt did down there, but he hasn't come back. And they haven't used the drill, and I'm done. The course is set. I'm down to my last day of food, and I don't want to die like Donna did. Fly true, Hope.
Greetings, Captain. I am speaking to you through the Hope's computer system. It's a rather cramped feeling, but it'll do.
I'm ready to skip the Hope.
Are you sure? That is extremely dangerous. Skipping the Hope will void the warranty on the skip drive. And also potentially kill an entire planet. How is my humor now, Captain? Improved?
Skip the Hope to Terra 2.
Jump-starting the skip drive. Destination set to the rings of Terra 2.
Do it.
Worst ways to go out, I suppose. It's nice knowing you, boss.
Doing it. I mean, affirmative. Skipping the Hope in 3, 2, 1.
ADA, does your captain seriously intend to do a micro-jump in system with engines that haven't been powered in 70 years on a derelict ship?
That is what my captain intends, yes.
But that is a gross misuse of the skip drive. The Zero Point Drives Corp and I will not be held responsible for any damage incurred during transport, and this will cause extreme damage.
Yes, I am aware of that.
You should not be doing this. The humans will die.
Thank you, Hope. It looks like all systems are go. Captain, I would advise you to hold on to something. Now. Oh, good. We are still alive and have successfully skipped into Terra 2's orbit. I reported as much to Phineas Wells, but he has not responded. Perhaps you should check in on him.
Hey, we made it. Let's do it again.
Let's not, Felix. Let's not. Honestly. Let's just not. This is one of those places where I cannot fast travel back to the ship. Alright, not through that door. Wait a minute. Oh, okay.
Okay, gone quiet.
Don't you turn around on occasion? No? Alright. Don't mind me. Oh, this isn't the room with the... Damn it.
Huh? What was that? Hey, I saw it!
Notice how they're all seated. You're right, they're very confused. They're like, oh shit. They're all more than a little winded right now. Oh, the on-ramp's on this side, oops.
Captain, I am receiving a transmission from Dr. Wells. The transmission is marked with priority status urgent! Captain, I shall now play the transmission I received from Dr. Wells.
Thank the Lord you warned me. I was able to get some defenses up, but they might not be enough. The board has sent some serious firepower to pry me out of here. They're trying to get in here, and I'm not sure I can stop them. If they capture me, if we can't communicate again, there's something very important you need to remember. The board, all their lackeys, they're all a bunch of swine. Do you hear me? They're fucking corporate swine. You fucking pigs! I'll take you all out with me! I'll never...
It would seem the recording captured some rather dire events. I presume you'll want to dock at the orbital lab to check on your associate as soon as possible? How can I be of assistance?
You would be correct, Ada.
Mm-hmm. We have successfully arrived at Phineas's orbital lab, Captain, and we are still in one piece. Shall I congratulate myself, or would you like to do the honors?
Yeah, so there's the hope. Right next to it. Auntie Cleo's storage facility just completely crossed off. Phineas Improved Science Lab.
Hey, Doc! Watch this!
I'll fix you right up!
Heal, please. Thank you.
Everyone all right?
All right. It's just easier that way. Little point trying to stealth around them. Universal Defense Logistics official arrest receipt. As per official arrest protocol outlined in Defense Logistic Incarceration Document A43.21 Tax 6, the individual who has been detained at this location must appear in an official Halcyon court at the appointed date and time with his paperwork in order to register that they are indeed properly arrested for crimes listed under their name. Failure to appear at the appointed date and time with this paperwork will result in additional late fees and the rescheduling of the prisoner's appointed incarceration registration date. Failure to appear at subsequent court dates may incur additional fees. Halcyon Court is not responsible for missed appointments that are a consequence of being held within a locked cell or other high-security containment location. Please note that this is the only copy of this receipt that you will receive, and that it is your responsibility to have it with you when you appear for your registration session. And we can't take that with us. Some of these old mines seem to have either not worked or they did work and they spent their charge, but they then didn't actually blow up themselves? A little weird. But at any rate... So we have ourselves a terminal here. Contingency plan activated. Publishing last will and testament. Success. Please present login password to continue. Yeah, let's bypass that, shall we? If you are seeing this screen, I, Phineas V. Wells, have been perniciously kidnapped and very probably incarcerated by the perfidious and cowardly government of Halcyon in the prison fortress of Tartarus. If I have not already been executed for charges leveled against me, I hope the person reading this terminal will find a way to finish my work or rescue me. Preferably the latter. The screen constitutes my last will and testament. I commend my body and my belongings to the icy depths of the ether. If this is prudence, I've prepared an emergency care package located in a hidden panel. Unlock the panel from my terminal and claim its contents immediately. Personal files, Phineas V. Wells, eyes only. Well, don't mind if I do. Note, must delete entries from terminal memory, no telling who might be looking. First entry. The Hope made it to Halcyon after all. 25 years too late. The board doesn't know what to do with an entire ship full of frozen colonists, so naturally they're going to leave them there. Corporate tells us revival is impossible. They've tried absolutely nothing, and apparently they're all out of options. Balderdash. Cellular regeneration after long-term hibernation is really just a question of thermodynamics. I'm quite confident I can find a way to revive the Hope's colonists. If only corporate would authorize my requests. Frankly, I don't see why I need the permission of my employers to conduct experiments in the name of scientific advancement. What nonsense! Did Newton beg permission from his employers before discovering the 3 laws of motion? Genius is not beholden to the vicissitudes of bureaucracy. Besides, the Hope has a cargo of hundreds of thousands of colonists. The board practically expects a few to go missing. 113 seconds. New record. Most of my subjects last 93 seconds, on average, before total cellular liquefaction reduces them to several gallons of organic soup 3 degrees above freezing temperature. 113 seconds of screaming. The subject was stronger than the others, but in the end his body failed to survive the revival process. He was my 12th subject to die. I don't know how much longer I can keep doing this. Strictly speaking, I do know. The Hope has hundreds of thousands of colonists. I've only experimented on 12. How many more experiments before I successfully revive a single subject? 1? 10? 100? 500? Statistically insignificant. If I experimented on one subject every month, I would not make a dent in the Hope's population in a lifetime. I can still hear the screaming. Trouble sleeping. Trouble concentrating. Psychological toll significant. On to subject number 13. Final entry. I always suspected this would happen. The board finally discovered what I'd done and sent their headhunters to track me down. But they'll never find me. They say I'm a murderer. And they're right. I am. I regret what I've done. But I'm not about to turn myself into the board. I'm not going to go begging the board's forgiveness. Only the Hope's colonists can forgive me for what I've done. They're the only people who can set things right. And I'm going to find a way to revive them, no matter how long I have to stay in hiding. I've got my notes with me. I have my equipment. And now I have this lab. It's time I return to work. Give me just a moment here. Right. The map panel, please. here at all. There isn't much, though. Some maple syrup. Bed. Bathroom. Just basic amenities.
Can't keep us out.
I want to say there's a way of getting the password to that terminal. Even if you, don't open it up by hacking. But I forget where and how. But at any rate, what he had hiding in here is a nav key to Tartarus. Oh, yes, sorry, thank you. Sorry about that. Yeah, basic amenities in here. You know, bed, bathroom, maple syrup, well, near maple. Not a whole lot. I'm pretty sure that there is a way of opening this panel, even if you don't have the hack. I think the password is hiding somewhere. It might actually be among his notes if you don't raise this up. I honestly don't remember. But yeah, I had the hack, so I just popped it. So this is what he was hiding, hidden away. A nav key to Tartarus. Not sure where or how he got that, but, well, that's how we'll be able to bust him out. Also, there's this. Finn's Force. Interesting. It is an N-ray energy-based long gun. Crit damage boost. Phineas really likes to make weird weapons. Phineas's holdout weapon is a highly modified Spacer's Choice rifle that uses energy ammo to fire a 3-round burst of N-ray energy. I never had much use for this. I never spent much time toying around with it, but... I mean, given that it's packing N-rays, 630 DPS is a lot better than you would otherwise think. You could approximately double that to see the effectiveness of the weapon. And you could try to tinker it up from there. I won't have much use for it, although I think it will technically be better for somebody than whatever else they're carrying. Ah, right, the terminal key. He stuck it in the pig. That's right. Is the yeah, that's how you get into that terminal if you don't have the hack. He shoved the keycard in the Sisty Pig. Okay, so we are now officially at the point of no return, and a message will come up and say as much. As soon as we try to navigate to Tartarus, you are locked into the end game once you confirm that you are in fact traveling there. And then it just becomes a matter of making it all the way through. So, before I do that, I want to make a manual save of things as they sit now. For future use. Actually, let me check one thing. May as well just do this right now. Yeah, I guess that's not for anybody to wield. I suppose I could give it to Ellie, whose armor gives her an N-ray damage boost, but she uses a pistol for her special, so may as well leave her with the one she's already got. And more damage for each individual bullet anyway.
You've been around powerful machinery all your life. You're always in control, right?
So, I am going to make a manual save right now for prudence. And this will be the save I load up again when the other DLC comes out, Murder on Eridanos. What I am going to do...
Captain, as it appears we may soon be embarking for a maximum security prison planet, I believe the crew would like to speak with you to, as you humans put it, air some concerns.
Fair enough.
Doc Wells never hurt nobody. Just a kindly old fella living by his lonesome up in the rings, tinkering at his table. The board just couldn't leave him be.
I'm not one for pointless heroism, but the board's gonna be after us next. We gonna finish what we started?
To extract the scientist, you will need to infiltrate the labyrinth. But that course of action is likely to be quite dangerous, Captain.
We can't abandon Phineas. We have to free him if we've any hope of saving the colony.
I am programmed to warn you whenever you exhibit inclinations toward risky behavior. Breaking into Tartarus will not be easy.
Getting in is the simple part. It's getting out again that's the trouble. Trust me, I know.
Let's just do it. Kick down some doors, grab Doc Wells, and cut a path out. We don't need a plan. We got guns.
If you really mean to do this, you should see to your final affairs and close out any unfinished business. Once you sneak into Tartarus, you may be there a while. Or permanently.
Alright, crew, what do you think about all this?
It's the craziest plan I've ever heard. And I mean that as a compliment.
You didn't hire me to think. And I ain't about to start now. You're my boss. And I'll walk into fire with you.
I think it's insane. But maybe the colony needs a healthy dose of insanity right about now.
I know it's dangerous. And I won't lie and say I'm not scared out of my wits. But I couldn't live with myself if we didn't do something.
You're asking for more than bravery from us, Captain. But there are worse ways to go than dying for a good cause. I'm in.
Let Sam get the grime out. It's what our units do best.
The entire plan is a terrible idea, but I admire your bravado, Captain, which leads me to illogically believe, against the odds, that you will be successful.
Alright. We'll go eventually, but we'd better prepare.
We gonna prepare? Sure. Guess I could give my ass-kicking boots another coat of polish. You got some sort of plan in mind?
I have never had a plan, and I'm not starting now, buddy. Ah, yes, Pam. We'll play it smart. Talk our way through if we can.
Fewer folks we got to hurt, the better. Maybe on our way out, we let all those poor souls locked up in there go free.
Sure, boss. You do the talking. I'll pack a few more rounds of ammo.
You do that. may need them. Okay, so the thing that I want to do... Well, actually, I suppose I might as well just remake that manual save, so we don't have to repeat that for whatever reason. Before we go to Tartarus, I suppose the Groundbreaker is the best place to do this.
Destination reached. The Groundbreaker.
Since there's no going back out to the rest of the game, once we pass this point, anything I'm carting around that I don't need should be sold. So I can do whatever last bit of tinkering I might need to accomplish. Make sure that anything that I intend to use is on me. There's no point in looting anything in Tartarus, so I don't expect I will be spending my time with that. I know there are vending machines right there, but you get more bits selling to a person. What if I find a rare toss ball card? Well, guess what? This is the occasion I was holding on to them all for. Oh, right. They're still on the ship, aren't they? Oh, right. I need to raid that, too. Oops.
Rizzo's Purple Berry Crunch. Sugar gel flakes and purple berry flavored power nuggets. Now with 12% more crunch.
Hold on. Well, just in case we need them for the DLC, they'll be in there for that. Alright. That's everything that we were sitting on. All in our inventory again. Guess what? The entire supply of mods, each and every one of them, gets to get added to the junk. When I mean point of no return, I mean it. Not all of these. Maybe 50. This could probably be more like 250, but it'll take too long to simply move the amount up to that number. Do like 100. Haven't needed any of these in a while either. So, our tossball collection. We ended the game with 4 complete sets. Aldo Vicente is the one we have the fewest of, with 4. Got several 5s, a couple 6s, a 7, an 8, a 9, and a 12. Yeah, there are only the 10 types. Oops, what did I just do with the cursor? Okay, there we go. The alcohol and nicotine to the junk. Okay. And we could probably sell some of this stuff. 499 Adreno. I don't think we're going to be healing 499 times during the final assault. Chances are everything else I have I'm going to hold on to, and I'm going to use them. Quite, shall we say, what's the term I'm looking for? What's the opposite of thriftily? I guess regularly? Liberally! I like that, yes. Let's go with that. I will use them liberally. Yes, not sparingly, liberally. Let me guess. Food addiction withdrawal. Of course. Okay. Got that weird laggy thing going.
Changing your clothes more often.
To the groundbreaker?
Lock up behind you.
After you've been playing this game for like 3 hours or so, you start getting these odd little moments where the frame rate drops horrendously. Kind of makes me wonder how well the Switch version of this might run. If the Xbox One X does this. Tartarus isn't like the largest thing in the world to get through, but it's large enough that between that and the rather spacious ending the game has, an hour sounds about right. Hopefully finish close to on time anyway.
Did it get cooler in here? I swear they had the heat turned way the hell up.
Yeah, we did a little something about that. Yeah, some weapons and mods. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Right now, at this moment in time, we have 24,364 bits. We just got about 15,000 more. Okay. We have a workbench. Right here, yep. Well, see, here's the thing. Our weapons are all fully tinkered. It's armor I'd have to upgrade. Kind of don't even... Yeah, those are actually all maxed out. I might need... I'm trying to figure out if I need to enhance the pink slip or not. Oh, I could have sold a lot of these too. Whoops. Time to upgrade the shovel. That would be funny.
Good to see you again.
That's right, because I didn't put weapons or armor in that listing. I can't bring myself to do it unless I absolutely have to. Yeah, all those serve specific purposes. What is it with me in that damn word? Alright. Dialogue isn't going to come up a whole lot in Tartarus. This probably doesn't surprise you. Stealth will be a bit more important. With that said, let's go ahead and tinker the Chimera up a notch because I can. You get a nice hat up to 7 armor. The electrician's gear would really only be useful for that anti-electricity if the rest of its defenses were otherwise okay. Sneak attack damage and hack boost. That I could probably buff up a little. Let me make sure that everything is in top shape, and I do mean top shape. Because I can't do anything else with these parts. It's literally all that's left. I could actually upgrade the Salvager's Helper again. And bother with the Gloop Gunner's special delivery. Upgrade Lucky. You know something? That's all good. I think I'm actually going to hold on to that money in case I have a failed attempt and there's something I want to try buffing up in order to make that work better. So to that end, I'm going to take a second manual save here before I actually trigger the point of no return. Just in case I want to come back here and do that. Right, so that's the one waiting for the DLC. This one pointing at the unreliable logo there is the one to, we might, I don't know if there's much options for bribes, but that could be possible. Here goes. You are about to assault the labyrinth on Tartarus and determine the fate of the Halcyon colony. Saves made after this point can only finish the main story on Tartarus. Side quests and downloaded content such as Peril on Gorgon or Murder on Eridanos will be unavailable for any saves made beyond this point. If there's anything you want to do before you enter the prison, do it now, before you cross the point of no return. Would you like to continue? Yes. Would you like to save? Sure, why not? The save file is actually marked as point of no return
I am
save.
pleased to inform you that we have arrived at the labyrinth. Please be advised that the punishment for trespassing is execution. Please be advised that electrical storms on the surface of Tartarus make departure impossible at this time.
Know anything useful about Tartarus?
Resident count is as follows: 3,071. Resident deaths, including but not limited to executions, are as follows: 1,684. Resident escapes are as follows: 0. The interior can be chilly. Take a scarf with you, Captain. I would also ask that you leave your captain's ID with me, in the event that you do not return.
Nice try, but not happening.
Understood. If you die or are incarcerated for life, I can generate a new ID for the next captain. I would prefer if you return, though. Oh, speak of the devil. Captain, I am receiving a transmission from the prison's docking authority now.
Attention, unauthorized spacecraft. This is a maximum security installation. Your presence here is an explicit violation of UDL corporate policy. You are hereby confined to your docking platform until a ticket detailing your crimes has been filed and notarized, at which point your vessel will be seized and you will be executed.
What the hell is with you people and landing violations?
I'm sorry, you people? Did you just cast a generalization on upstanding UDL employees? That's a fine of 200 bits. You're up to 5,708, not including the cost of your execution and the disposal of your remains, which will be assessed posthumously.
Hey, how do I know you're a real officer under that helmet? Show me your biometric ID.
All right. I'm feeling generous. I'm transmitting the ID of a productive, law-abiding employee so you can see what one looks like before you die. Anyway, Tartarus Docking Authority signing up. Hang on. Another ship just pulled into your dock. Wait, is that from the groundbreaker? What the? Pay no mind to that. Just have a pleasant day.
Transmission terminated. Biometric ID received. Transferring data to external cartridge. How can I be of assistance?
We're all good, Ada.
See you soon, Captain.
That's the plan. So yeah, how nice of him. Send me a cartridge for the holographic shroud right before I go in there. An identification card for a labyrinth prison guard. If anyone asks, you'll have to pretend to be an M. Pilkerton. That was so kind of them. Just give that to us. Helps to be persuasive sometimes. Now what's that other ship? Oh, you'll see in a moment and you will love it.
Stay safe out there.
Felix, Parvati, let's go. Save the cheerleaders, save the universe. I mean, save the scientists, save the colony. Oh!
Captain did right by us once. The board will never own groundbreaker. Not while I breathe. Push on, Mardat.
You keep them busy. We'll sneak in. Yup! Junley sent the Mardettes in to cover us. Oh.
Are you new here? I didn't think we were hiring more staff.
Are you talking while on shift?
Oh, no. Don't tell anyone, please.
Everyone gets one mistake, just don't do it again.
Thank you.
Oh, I love it. I'm actually gonna swap the Chimera and nice hat on real quick. In case I need to have another such discussion.
I'm used as a prison hat for bars when it's got a storm like that guarding the gates.
They say nobody's ever broken out of the labyrinth. Didn't say nothing about breaking in, though.
I like the way you think, Felix. Botched long distance, because of course we never went to speak to Sophia and it's too late now. Curiously enough, this one isn't marked as botched, but that's fine. Yeah, it's like, yeah, we don't care. we don't care. Brave New World. Phineas has been captured and brought to the prison planet of Tartarus, where the board intends to interrogate him. Now it's up to you to infiltrate the prison and rescue Phineas before the board can enact its plan to cull Halcyon's population. Make your way through Tartarus and confront the person who runs the board's operations, Sophia Akande. If you had dealt with her in a different manner, you'd run across Chairman Rockwell instead. He'd be there personally. It's also possible, if you take a different route through the Ministry of Accuracy and Morale, that you'll hit Rockwell there. I actually did that in my first blind playthrough. I dealt with him then and there, but that is another thing that can happen. I don't know if it's possible to encounter them both. I have the feeling that if you deal with Rockwell, Sophia isn't just going to let you off the hook or want to work with you, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Something to experiment with later. Right, so that's the that's the landing pad, as it were, and we're here. Tiny little outlook there. There's the main facility. This leads to the next section. We're not even at the cells yet. We're just getting started.
Let's look around. There's got to be a few ways through here.
Indeed there are. Looks like we can go up the ramp around the side there. Lots of little rooms over there. Lots of them. We don't need to hang around in here. We just need to get through. Sealed, damn. Oh.
Are you new here? I didn't think we were hiring more staff.
I was hired to test your security procedures. Congratulations, you passed!
Oh, that's great. Thank you, ma'am.
I'll be sure to pass this on to your supervisor.
Much appreciated. I'll get out of your way.
Mix it up a little, right? That's the door we need. Whew. Sort of a last chance vending area here. Nah. Transition to the pit. Here it is, this nice big circular tower. We're gonna have to work our way up. Floor by floor. Note from your favorite warden, please do not leave perishables in here. We marked this as cold storage because we're starting to move pods in here. This is not an actual freezer. The next time I find a decomposing woolly cow box in here, I'm leaving it on the air conditioning intake for a week. Storage manifest. In dimethyl sulfoxide canisters. Out straitjackets, riot batons. Out ballistics vests. In hibernation chamber. Out indoctrination pamphlets. In forced pacification system refills. In hibernation chamber. In material storage and shipping containers. Access architectural records. Structural changes needed to accommodate hibernation chambers in the Labyrinth facility. An analysis from engineers Rodfield, Crane, and Geist. Beginning with the requirement that every chamber receive a constant supply of, at minimum, 34 kilowatts, and that occupants of these chambers be injected with a steady supply of UDL's patented Vito hibernation fluid, and this run-on sentence carries on for 12 pages before finally concluding. And thus, in order to maintain structural integrity throughout the area designated the Pit, we recommend that chambers are installed in cylindrical fashion around a supporting structure dug into the crust of Tartarus to a maximum depth of... This conclusion extends for another 2 pages. Yeah, that whole lifetime employment program they were planning on, yeah, here is where they were going to do it. They were basically just going to throw everybody in prison. Because it's what they had, presumably. I can't resist, I have to loot this room. Solitary Confinement Prisoner Manifest. Pod 1. In Hague, S. In reason, possession of anti-UDL communications. In duration, 17. Out, Williams T. In Williams T. In reason, inciting violence. In duration, 31. Out, Black M. In Black M. In duration, 5. Reason, random selection. Pod 2. In error. In reason, error. In duration, undefined. Out, error. They just randomly throw people into solitary. Bye.
Let's Let's go, troops. Stellar Base counting on us.
Captain, look out!
Score one for Felix.
Way to go, iconoclasts. Covering for us. That guard's standing watch out there. We can just sneak through here to get by him. Alright, so this one's a little different. Why are you so sleepy? We just took a nap before we got here.
Look out! Operator, I saw that.
Oh, hi.
Are you new here? I didn't think we were hiring more staff.
Yeah, what's it to you?
Whoa, nothing. I was just asking. I was going to welcome you aboard.
Well, you made your point.
Okay, all right.
He keeps doing the same options because it's still the first. Every time the disguise resets, it's a separate set of 3. See new discussions. I'd have to get caught a second time without a reset. Do not disturb when lights are on. About that. Oh, he's here! I stand corrected.
Well, look who it is. I'll be damned. I was prepping the studio for our announcement, and here you are as a bonus. And I see you've brought the kid along. Babysitters may be expensive, but they're worth it, you know.
Yeah, keep talking, pal. I'll just keep thinking of a place to bury your body.
I had heard you'd taken a mechanic under your wing. What's the matter, girl? Couldn't find actual employment?
The captain's treated me right. Better than any of you bored folk ever have. I'm exactly where I want to be.
When you go off and get yourself shot, try to avoid taking one to the face. I'll want it recognizable to show to my citizens.
Chairman Walkwell, I presume?
My word! You've correctly identified the most recognizable man in the colony. Remarkable. It's a wonder what Phineas saw in you. Then again, he's an insane person. Thankfully, he's our insane person now. A proper company man.
Please. Phineas would rather die than cooperate.
Yes, he is an extraordinarily obstinate fellow, isn't he? Fine, he isn't working for us per se. Semantics, he'll come around. But that's between us. As far as my adoring citizens will know, we've turned a dangerous crackpot into a working-class man. It's a miracle.
That crackpot is saving the frozen colonists you gave up on.
Oh yes, go on, wake them up, add more mouths to feed. That'll solve our starvation problems. I don't know what half-baked plans that simpleton in a lab coat has been leading you through, but it's done. It's over. Let me ask you something, Captain. Have you at any point thought about not fucking up our entire society?
Are you kidding me? We're out here trying to clean up your mess.
I'm making actual progress towards stabilization and recovery. You're just getting in the way.
you'd prefer to keep riding this downward spiral. I can fix this place.
If I and my people can ride it out in luxury and happiness, yes. Yes, I would. I don't know if you've noticed, Captain, but Halcyon's pretty much a lost cause.
With your resources and some of the folks on the Hope, we could do a lot.
I'll admit, there's no shortage of talent in the scientists and engineers there. Look, I'm not an unreasonable man. If you manage to storm the castle, as it were, and make it out of here with Phineas alive, I can't exactly afford more havoc than you've already caused. Fine. If you survive, you'll need someone to sell the rest of the board on your plan.
Are you out of your mind? Rockwell's the biggest monster in Halcyon. You got any idea how many lives he's destroyed? How many people he's hurt? I've had enough. You even think about cooperating with this animal? And you and I are finished.
Well, okay. Your loyalty's worth more than Rockwell's subservience.
You're damn right it is.
If you're gonna place more faith on this brat than the chairman of the fucking colony, then there's no hope for you. Go get yourself killed.
You want some of this?
You better get past that over! Everybody okay? Great.
The board are now scared. Yeah, I mean, what was I gonna do, right? I wasn't going to let chat decide that, no! Felix is gonna toss ball kick Chairman Rockwell. This is not negotiable. I didn't need to. Nope. I just had to keep the bots occupied. I just let them do the job. Just as I planned all along. What was I looking for? I don't even remember anymore. Oh, I remember now. Oh, it's already armed. There you go. White chocolate yummies, pocket watch, Spacer's Corona. Not much. Not fucking much. An assortment of adhesive notes. It appears whoever works here uses adhesive notes to stay organized. A couple of the more intelligible notes. Rockwell visit to do. Confiscate badges? Done. Reprint badges? Pending. Change maintenance locks? Pending new locks. Order new locks? Done. Reevaluate lockdown procedure. Update docking authority with new lockdown procedure. Intake bet over under weekly. Bottles 5, SIGs 21, weapons 4. Jaren, if that is your real name. As a reminder to Labyrinth employees, access to secure data is a fireable offense. Furthermore, being fired from the Labyrinth staff is punishable by life in prison. Jim, I'm trying to get straight with the Conde's orders. Only a few things more from my end, but I don't know what we'll do about cameras. She says security footage ain't enough. They want proper reels? What's going on? She's bringing in a VIP for internment. Security's ramping up too. Sorry for the inconvenience. It's a fine mess down here. Said something about recording an announcement. They're all overly excited. It's hush-hush, but I guess this VIP's been on the run for a while. I bet the engineers have a few cameras. I'll see if I can track some down. Jim, appreciate it. You know her. We miss a check on this list. It's our heads. You have no idea how tough it was getting a fucking green tarp. Oh, man. He really should have had better security. Central column.
All right, MSI. I'm not one for rousing speeches, but the captain needs our help. So get in there and fight.
Sanjar, trying your best.
The chairman himself, he ain't just
His business 8 hours. I keep asking questions. We're just gonna make it to the walk outside.
Clearing queued security action.
company ammo. What was that? Don't mess
Our disguise wore out near the end there, but...
Feeling jittery, are you? Because I'm not.
Whatever comes of this, I'm just real
Oh, man. A keen trap. Oops. Damn it. Wrong. There we go. Yeah, our disguise ran out right at the end there, but thankfully MSI troops had already secured the elevator for us. There were no enemy soldiers left there. They totally helped.
Captain, you have an uncanny talent for complicating my life. You've been working with Dr. Wells from the beginning. When we moved to arrest him, he was prepared. I lost good soldiers in the attempt. You've disrupted the balance of power. You've upset the natural order of things. You've introduced uncertainty, and there is nothing I despise more than uncertainty.
We're liberating Halcyon, and there's not a damn thing you can do to stop us.
Do you imagine you're leading some grand revolutionary army? The iconoclasts and MSI have put aside their differences and attacked the prison together. I never imagined such a thing would be possible. But here we are. You're nothing but a rabble-rouser. I'm going to put an end to your little rebellion. And then I'm going to have you and your associates arrested.
I'm here for Phineas. Let him go.
You make a nuanced and compelling argument. Here's my rebuttal. No. Dr. Wells is being held in my custody. His cooperation will prove invaluable, even if I have to beat it out of him. All that's left to do is put down this riot, arrest you, and then get on with the bloody business of saving this colony.
Don't test me, Sophia. It's bad for your... Let's talk about this.
Fair enough. I'm giving you exactly one chance to parlay with me.
You don't want... I love this. With sufficient intimidate and heavy weapons and two-handed melee skill, you can actually intimidate her. You don't want to die on Tartarus. I'm giving you a chance to walk away.
Interesting that you think I'm going to die here. I believe I'm more than capable of taking you on.
Nothing stopped me so far. What makes you think you will?
Fair point. I don't know how you've managed to defy the odds. By every reasonable estimate, you should be dead. Yet here you stand. I've devoted my entire life to protecting Halcyon. I'm not afraid to die in the line of duty.
Halcyon is collapsing. If protecting this colony was your duty, I like this. The board's not worth dying for.
There isn't much of a board left, thanks to you. You've thrown this system into disarray. Cleaning up your mess will be the work of a lifetime. You were always an unknown variable. I tried to recruit you, but you threw your lot in with that madman, Phineas Wells.
My perception isn't the best it possibly could be at the moment, but I've got enough persuade in science. Dr. Wells and I are both scientists. We believe Halcyon can still be saved.
I'm aware of Dr. Wells' plan. Revive some brilliant scientists and engineers from the Hope and work with them to save the colony. He's already revived you, after all. 50 or 60 years ago, I might have agreed with you. But we've passed the point of no return. The best scientists in Halcyon can't save us now.
It is going to take a miracle to save Halcyon, but we can do it if we work together.
I appreciate your confidence, Captain. But so long as you're allied with Dr. Wells, we can never work together. I haven't given up on the program yet. You've caused some complications, but I can improvise. I can fix this. I haven't lost control of the labyrinth yet. Our security system is still operational. I can still put a stop to you.
Hey Austin, good to see you. Just in time for the final boss fight. Unfortunately, I don't have sufficient lie and hack right this instant during this conversation to end it this way. Darn. It would have been a great line, though. Sorry, could you repeat that? I was too busy taking over your security system. Enough talk. Let's settle this.
This prison is equipped with an automechanical warden. I've had it programmed to eliminate you on sight and rinse your remains down a drain. And don't worry. I will inform Dr. Wells that you died heroically, or something.
Right. Well. Meet the final boss. Ram. It is carrying the key card that will unlock that door. Sophia and Dr. Wells are both up in there. They at least let you see what you're in for before you go for it. As you can see, it's facing the door. But
Great work.
Funny thing. Oh, well, I mean, obviously this won't do. Lockpick set is normal helmet and safecracker's jacket, right? Oh. And, end the food addiction. And we might need a caffeine drink due to fatigue.
That's him, Cap.
We have just enough hack to get into this thing. Riot Automechanical, RAM, is online. UDL is not responsible for lethal force dispensed by the RAM unit. If the automechanicals in this area need maintenance or updated security protocols, please consult your nearest security engineer. Designate RAM as a hostile intruder. Intruder identified. Deploying suppression unit. He is now going to have to fight against his own support droids, which normally join in on the fight when you lower Ram's health. Oops. Oh, is he burning? Oh, he came in. Alright. Alright, here we go. Alright, time to turn their others loose. And I will try to keep him locked down with the mind control ray. The shrink ray! Yes! Easy peasy. And there's the key to the hibernation chamber. Right, so if you don't have the means of hacking that terminal, yeah, he has a lot of health, and as you deal damage to him, every extra bit of, it's like every quarter of damage you deal to him or so, another one of these doors opens up and releases more security drones to fight with him. If I spec full on into long guns, I can take out 80% of his health with a single sniper rifle shot. And I actually did this in my first playthrough, which is still highlighted on my channel. If you want to check that out, in my collections list, it's there. It made getting the last 20% of his health down, however, quote, interesting, unquote, as all those other security droids suddenly came out all at once rather than spaced out over the fight. So it was all like just trying to get through, just like running around trying to avoid this massive horde, like this cloud of Pac-Man ghosts chasing me as I try to get rid of that last little bit of health that Ram had. Once you do drop Ram, all the security droids just immediately pop off. So there is that. They tried, they failed. Yeah, I figured getting these two to survive this final battle, just about the only thing I could do that would work would be to be able to get that hack done. I kind of wish I had sufficient lie and hack during the conversation with Sophia, is I'm wondering if it actually would be possible to actually talk her into standing down. You guys finished Chairman Rockwell. Sophia is mine. I've got my pink slip right here. Adjutant Conde, you're fired.
Everyone all right?
And that, as they say, is that. The chairman's key. You have to wonder what else it opens.
Get me out of here.
Will do. Right.
You don't know how glad I am to see you. You did the right thing. Akande was a monster. Her death was much deserved, and long overdue. And you lunatic, you broke into the board's own fortress just to rescue one doddering old man. You are absolutely out of your mind, and I can't begin to thank you enough.
Are you alright? What did they do to you?
I'm all right, thanks to you. Akande wanted my cooperation. I'm quite sure she would have beaten it out of me if you hadn't arrived. You've broken the board's stranglehold on this colony, and you saved my life. But there's still so much we have yet to accomplish. You and I are going to have to work harder than ever to save Halcyon. I'm afraid the situation is far worse than any of us ever anticipated.
I don't like the sound of that at all.
Earth has gone dark. We haven't received a single message in 3 years. There's been no communication, no signals, nothing. 2 years ago, the Earth's Directorate's frigate disappeared on their way back to Earth. We don't know what they discovered when they arrived, or if they arrived at all.
Hold on, Doc. Are you telling me the Earth went dark 3 years ago, and the board's just been covering this up?
They've been incredibly effective at concealing the truth. Right now, the only people in the colony who know are standing in this room.
You mean we're all alone out here? Really alone?
I'm afraid so, Miss Holcomb. Halcyon is the only home we have left. Returning to Earth is no longer an option. We're in serious trouble, my friend. Do you know what this means for Halcyon? We can't rely on Earth for support anymore. We've been cut loose. We're entirely on our own.
Wait, hold on. I need to ask you something.
Yes, certainly. I'll help however I can.
How do you know all this?
I heard it from Akande herself. She tried to pressure me into joining her side, you see. Tried to make me realize that all hope is lost, and that we are alone. She was half right. We are alone, and we're going to have to fend for ourselves, because there's no telling what's happened to Earth.
Mentioned a frigate disappearing?
You might have heard of the Earth Directorate's frigate. Half the colony's entire military was on that ship. They were returning to Earth when they vanished without a trace.
We did hear about that.
That was 2 years ago. We haven't heard a word from them since. Whatever happened to Earth likely happened to them.
What do you think happened?
I don't know what happened, but something must have gone horribly wrong. I don't know why Earth's gone silent. I don't even know if Earth exists anymore. We have no connection back to Earth, and return is likely impossible. We're completely alone out here.
You said there haven't been any new messages from Earth?
Yes, Akande mentioned as much. Earth hasn't sent us a single message in 3 years. No one knows why. Akande had kept the truth to herself, perhaps with good reason. Can you imagine what would have happened if word got out? We'd have utter pandemonium.
A relay station near Scylla hasn't picked up any unencrypted messages in 3 years.
Yes, you were the one who reactivated that relay station, weren't you? Any message from Earth would have arrived unencrypted. It's been 3 years since our last message. The board tried using drones to contact Earth. Every one of those drones sent back the same encrypted message. Earth is completely silent.
There's something else. I know about the other colonists, Phineas.
I wasn't trying to hide the truth from you, but after all you've done, I owe you an explanation. Yes, I experimented on the Hope's colonists. Each of my experiments ended in catastrophic failure. Each of my subjects died in agony. You are my first and only success. I didn't tell you about the others because I didn't want to burden you. My failures are my own to bear, not yours.
Well, better late than never, I guess.
I'm not asking you to forgive me. Law knows I won't forgive myself, but I'm going to try to set things right. My apologies. I need to get a hold of myself. We've far more pressing issues to worry about right now. If you have any more questions, ask me. I'll answer as best I can.
I don't have any more questions. We've got work to do.
Yes, we do. You've done a marvelous thing. You've succeeded where anyone else would have failed, including me. We must begin the revival process immediately, starting with the Hope's brightest minds, and then we're going to fix this damn colony, one problem at a time. We're going to need a leader, and I can't imagine a better person for the job than you. What do you say, old friend? Will you help us?
I love this. You can count on me. I'll help you revive the other colonists.
When I revived you, I thought you were going to help me save this colony. I was wrong. I had our roles reversed, you see. You're the one who's going to save us all. I'm just the one who set you on your path. You're the best thing to ever happen to Halcyon. If you want to take it upon yourself to lead this colony, you have my support. We're not a colony any longer, are we? Our last connection to Earth has been severed, and so we have been set free. Our future is uncertain, and no one knows what tomorrow holds. Exciting, isn't it?
Lifetime employment program ruined. Chaos on Tartarus leaves board in disarray. Anarchists destroy our utopian future.
The OSI teaches that everything in the universe happens according to the grand plan. But the stranger that arrived in Halcyon was an unplanned variable. From the moment he landed in Emerald Vale, his actions altered the course of history. The events on Tartarus brought about the end of the board's authority. But the board's mistakes would haunt the colony for decades to come. The damage they left behind would require the work of a generation to repair. Dr. Phineas Wells began reviving a handful of the Hope's colonists. Engineers, scientists, technicians, and intellectuals. They were among the brightest minds the Earth had ever sent out into the stars. The Hope scientists and engineers woke up in a colony descending headlong into total collapse. With no way to return to Earth, they had no choice but to band together and devote themselves to the cause of saving Halcyon. The people of Halcyon were nothing if not hardy. In the absence of the board's authority, many of the colony's settlements banded together with a single purpose in mind: survival. Life was especially hard in the years to come. Some towns dissolved by attrition and starvation, but most of them found a way to carry on. In the years to come, Halcyon was forced to reckon with its newfound freedom. The board was gone, and for better or worse, the colony was responsible for its own destiny. Between MSI's worker-centric policies and the iconoclast's manpower, Sanjar and Zora were able to rally many of the Terra 2 townships to their cause. MSI's workforce swelled, and the iconoclasts enjoyed a significant surge in their ranks. The board was too distracted by infighting and internal politics to stop MSI from becoming a powerful corporation and a refuge for townships that might have fallen through the cracks. Adelaide McDevitt replaced Reed Thompson as the leader of Edgewater. She and her followers transformed Edgewater in their image. Anyone loyal to Reed was pressured into leaving town, and those who stayed behind adapted to her way of life. Adelaide transformed the old cannery into a new garden. The nearby Edgewater Cemetery provided a convenient source of fertilizer. As for Reed Thompson, it was said that he lasted exactly 2 days outside the walls of Edgewater. Years later, a marauder was found in possession of his hat. Under the leadership of Junlei Tennyson, the groundbreaker held firm against corporate influence. The ship's mechanical stability gave Junlei the time to educate a promising generation of engineers schooled in her family's traditions. The future of the groundbreaker looks promising. The rediscovery of the Hope and the abandonment of the lifetime employment program forced Byzantium to come to terms with some uncomfortable realities about the state of Halcyon. While Byzantines were reluctant to surrender the luxuries they'd grown accustomed to, the board's diminished authority gave them little choice in the matter. Nearly everyone had to learn to make do with less. Some even had to get jobs. It was a dark time indeed. Even the Gorgon asteroid, though a distant enigma to most of Halcyon, felt the aftershocks of your actions. Olivia and Minnie Ambrose worked together to cure the marauders Adrena Time had created. Through their partnership as scientist and administrator, they discovered the harmony that had eluded them as mother and daughter. And through years of patience and effort, they discovered the means to wean Halcyon from the scourge of Adrena Time. Their work eventually allowed Wells and his scientists to treat many of Halcyon's marauders. As their addiction waned, the colonists who had lived for so long under the thrall of Adrena Time returned to their communities and loved ones, and joined in the effort to save Halcyon. In spite of everything, the Gorgon asteroid remained a sobering reminder of the potential for progress and disaster in humanity's most ambitious efforts. Your influence shifted Ellie's perspective. She finally admitted, albeit grudgingly, that she just might need other people. Sometimes. With a steady income from the life insurance payouts, she was finally able to afford a ship of her own. She hired a small crew and flew supply missions to communities on the fringe. Some of them were even legal. Life in Halcyon was sobering for Felix Millstone. The grand revolution he dreamed of never came. There was no great awakening for the colony, no celebrations in the streets. There was only the hard, desperate work of trying to repair a broken colony. Felix never had a head for numbers, but if there was labor to be done, he was there to help. Eventually, Felix realized that the work of a revolution was done with two hands. As much as he enjoyed his adventures aboard the Unreliable, the vicar, known as Max, eventually decided that it was time to move on, to live out the life he had sought so long to create. He knew there were many in the colony who carried burdens much worse than the ones he had struggled with, and he devoted himself to easing their suffering wherever he could. He only ever took up arms again to defend the defenseless. Unshackled from a lifetime of striving and fighting the universe and himself, Vicar Maximilian de Soto was finally at peace. Once the matter with the Hope colonists was resolved, Junlei bashfully asked Parvati if she'd like to join her permanently on the Groundbreaker, and Parvati enthusiastically, if somewhat awkwardly, agreed. The stories of her adventures spread across the colony, and Parvati soon found herself the center of attention. Having served as the engineer of a renowned spacecraft, tramp freighters and wildcat miners sought her out by name, and in no time, she was a fixture in the Groundbreaker's mechanical ecosystem. She and Junlei were never far apart. Nyoka returned to Monarch to take another crack at making a permanent life for herself. She formed the Charon Group, a mercenary outfit of ragtag survivalists and wilderness experts. Anyone in need of a guide, or just looking to throw back a beer and swap stories, could find her camping on the trail or clearing an infestation. The SAM unit that accompanied you spread awareness of the product line's superior sanitation and maintenance capabilities across what was left of the colony. This led to a boost in SAM unit sales. Did you know that SAM units are the longest-lasting, toughest-acting cleaning solution in Halcyon? Minister Clark was released from house arrest, and his contact with you gave him a sense of renewed purpose and vigor. Once it became clear that no help would be coming from Earth, he threw his considerable efforts and talents into helping Halcyon manage the crisis before it. As for Dr. Phineas Wells, he spent his remaining years in his orbital lab. He eventually came to terms with his own past and was able to forgive the mistakes of his younger self by devoting his remaining years to serving the colony. In the end, Dr. Wells was able to save every scientist and engineer aboard the Hope. Over the next decade, nearly all of the Hope's remaining colonists were successfully revived. Halcyon saw a period of rapid technological and scientific advancement. Breakthroughs in dietary supplements saved the colony from starvation. geoengineering projects and social reforms began to change the structure and character of the colony. Dr. Wells laid the groundwork for the project to save the colony, but he would never live to see the fruits of his labor. He passed away a few years later. His work was carried on by the scientists and engineers he revived. Today, Halcyon has stabilized. The people of the colony work hard to adapt to their new circumstances. Nearby colonies send aid and supplies. Life will never be easy in Halcyon, but for the first time in its history, there exists a sense of real, genuine hope about the future. And what about you, the unplanned variable in the history of Halcyon? Long after Wells passed away, you carried on his work with more energy, determination, and brilliance than he could ever muster. The years that followed were hard, but Halcyon survived by the efforts of the Hope's most promising colonists, the greatest of which was you. No one knows what's happened to Earth, and no one knows what the future has in store for Halcyon. All we know for certain is this: the name of the Unreliable and that of its intrepid captain will remain the subject of countless stories for years to come.
That is The Outer Worlds. My thanks to those of you who have stuck with this run through the whole thing. Yeah, as you might imagine, there is a lot of variability possible in that ending. As the various decisions you make throughout the course of the game all kick in. Some in places leading up to it. That's the hardest difficulty completed. I don't know how many times I had to reload from an old save. I didn't bother counting. How many game overs did I have? I want to say it was less than 10 at least. But that's not what's important. So, when Murder on Eridanos gets released, I'll load up that save file that I had locked away there. And Prudence will come out again in order to tackle whatever that entails. So there'll be an addendum at some point in time. But for the time being, that's it. As for what I'll be doing on Wednesdays after this, I will be taking a week off from streaming entirely. So I won't be on again next week. As far as the week after that, go to my Discord. Go to the What Should Zot Play channel on there. And look at the pinned message. Jump to its actual instance and you can react to it, by which I mean you can vote on what I play next. Yes, Ashley Tiny Tina Birch as Parvati Holcomb. Where is he? Why am I missing his name? There he is. Jonathan Silver as Felix Millstone. A special thanks to him for showing up during the course of this playthrough. Twice even. Nothing extra special happens at the end of the credits. It just... yeah, the main menu reappears on the same screen. But I will, of course, let the credits play out. Credit where it's due. This is easily my favorite game from the last few years. There's just so many wonderful aspects and angles to this game. Yakuza 0's a close second. Yeah, this... not to mention it's also a bit older. But yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed this. I have played through it all the way thrice now. And I'm already a good chunk of the way through a fourth playthrough. I still have more achievements to earn, and I am very much enjoying making them happen. As for current affairs, I will of course be on again Thursday night. Approximately 20 hours from now as I play something retro. I don't know exactly what. It's probably going to be DOS-based this week. And I will be on Sunday as well. I do not have a crossword puzzle this time. It's just going to be Super Picross for however long I can stand it for. Given that I skipped it last time. Yeah, and then I'm taking a week off. Yes, my current Tuesday night game is Yakuza Kiwami, also on the Xbox One here. And, well... you lot can let me know what you're thinking for Wednesday. That is about all I would have to share there. This game successfully pulled you away from VR chat, huh, Cartier? Yeah, it's just... it's so weird that so many people, when they talk about this game, compare it to something I never played. I never played a single game in the whole series. Fallout New Vegas, it's just like... okay. I haven't played any Fallout games. I suppose I should give one particular shout out here to Skippy SPK, who is almost single-handedly the entire reason I even started playing this game in the first place. Of the multitude of games on Game Pass, they were highly suggestive of me giving this one a go. And I am very, very glad that he did, because, my word, this game is amazing. I love how they play test their story through a tabletop RPG campaign. That's great. Or maybe that's just a running game that they have with their Like their developers or their testing group, and they just wanted to give their characters a shout out in the credits. I don't know. 4,627 hours in VR chat. Wow. Thank you, Ghoulie Gamer. I appreciate that. And thank you, Austin, for your GG earlier. Yeah, I still don't know what happened to Pam this playthrough. It's like she just despawned. I guess you can write your own story. I'd like to think she's okay. Oh yeah. Yeah, that worked as well as that does on Supernova. Yeah, that is totally the way to go. I want to say that this playthrough went at least 90% the way I was hoping it would, the way I wanted it to. There are even some things I ended up discovering during the course of it that were better than the things I had planned, and just worked really, really well. Of course, I let you crazy bastards in chat make a lot of rather curious decisions, and you did so with gusto. And or in trepidation. As if we have learned anything from this game, those are not mutually exclusive. But that is indeed it for the Outer Worlds. I'll fire it back up on some future Wednesday when the second DLC is out. But until then, take care. Never forget to play. I will catch you next time.